this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed human.
Then she says, have you seen a photo of my son? And I'm like, who is this person?
Welcome to the Boys and Girls Podcast. Arranged marriage is basically a reality show, and you're auditioning for your soulmate. And who's judging? Only your entire family? I sacrificed myself to this ancient tradition, hoping to find love the right way. And instead, I found chaos, comedy, and a lot of cringe. Listen to Boys and Girls on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Simpson and Shane Simpson from the Legally Brunette podcast.
Each week, we're bringing you true crime through a legal lens.
Whether you want all the facts on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, or you still need to wrap your head around the Diddy verdict, we're breaking it all down step by step.
And we're not just lawyers, we're also husband and wife. It makes for some pretty entertaining episodes.
Listen to Legally Brunette on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Roald Dahl. He thought up Willy Wonka and the BFG. But did you know he was a spy? In the new podcast, The Secret World of Roald Dahl, I'll tell you that story and much, much more.
What?
You probably won't believe it either.
Was this before he wrote his stories? It must have been. Okay, I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you, the guy was a spy. Listen to The Secret World of Roald Dahl on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, honey bear.
'Cause remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions.
All right, hello, this is It Could Happen here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we've conned Robert into being here for Civil War Week, no less. We're also joined by special guest Margaret Killjoy
That's right.
and Sophie and Gare, who are less special.
Now, we're here...
a whole week?
Yep, that's right.
We're here to start a civil war, right?
That's
We're
what
all
I've
in
read on
agreement?
Reddit, yes.
Start a civil war, Sophie?
Yeah.
We cleared that. We cleared that with corporate, right?
Yeah, I can neither confirm nor deny.
Officially backing the start of a civil war.
Yeah,
we're on
yeah.
board. Okay.
Essentially, corporate said, go ahead, Cool Zone Media, start a civil war.
Start a civil war.
And
We will be civilly and criminally liable for all violence that occurs.
And we've
That's the
enlisted
iHeartRadio guarantee.
Yeah, and we've enlisted the people on this call who are Margaret Killjoy, Robert Evans, Garrison Davis, James Stout, and myself, Sophie.
They are
No
also
last
all civil and criminally liable.
Yeah.
But do we get to collectivize a huge, maybe like 70% or so of all the industry?
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, some of us do.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
What? It's like any civil war. You're going to find out who later.
Okay.
Well, we're going to find out who today, Robert. This is my in-depth guide into how to beat a coup, start a civil war, and win the first part of it.
Oh, good. Well, that's the only part of it you really need to win.
Yeah, it is. You don't want to get too bogged down in the later stuff because it's just depressing. So we just want to focus on how to win the first 48 hours. And sort of from there you can taper off.
Take the weekend off. Yeah, break off. Chill out.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Or just go down as a hero and let everyone else sort everything else out afterwards. I think that's probably the best option.
That's
going to learn about a guy who dies within 24 hours of the war starting as a hero and gets a gun named after him, which is all we can really want for ourselves.
Oh, that does sound like the dream.
Yeah, that's the way Robert Evans needs to go. Not suggesting that anytime soon, of course. All right. I'm
trying to imagine, would it be the Robert or would it be the Evans?
The Robert.
Like, what's
yeah. Definitely the Robert.
Just give him a good old bobbin.
It would be named after my nickname, the Jesus Christ of podcasting. Right, Sophie?
100% no.
Yeah, no.
Sophie says yes.
If there's not already a gun named after Jesus, I will be shocked.
Yeah, it's probably not a kind of company you want to. We've really gotten off, and I think, in all fairness, it's not my fault.
I think it's Garrison's fault.
Yeah, that's who I was going to blame.
I think we've all agreed on that.
What are we talking about, James?
Talking about the Spanish Civil War today. We'll be desecrating the name of Jesus Christ a little bit later as well. So,
I love desecrating the name of Jesus Christ.
I'd gathered, yeah. We'll do that just some more for you today. I'll send you some pictures afterwards that you will enjoy. All right, so we're talking about the Spanish Civil War. We're not talking about all of it because that's a lot, and because I think it's important when we talk about the Spanish Civil War to talk about like the moments when revolutionary things happened, because they are as important as the moments when terrible things happened, and the moments when the people in arms defeated the coup, because that's both instructive and inspiring and interesting.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
What's the Spanish Civil War?
That's a great question, and one I've failed to address thus far. It is a war that happened in Spain. It wasn't very civil, so only 2 out of 3. Remarkably uncivil, actually. So we're looking at 1936. Today we're looking at July 19th and 20th, 1936, right? But you can see it as like the precursor to the Second World War. You have people who are fascist or fascist adjacent. You have people who are explicitly anti-fascist. And they are killing each other from 1936 to 1939.
And the anti-fascists win, right?
Not entirely, unfortunately. No. Yeah, they have some wins along the way. You know,
okay.
Yeah, there's some moments.
The friends that you meet along the way.
What is civil war if not the friends that you make along the way? Don't answer that at home because it's sad. But yeah, these are some friendly times. These are some good times. These are the first 48 hours of the Spanish Civil War. We're going to start with an anecdote about the Popular Olympics, which you probably have never heard of unless you're me, because it's a thing that I've written about a shit ton, but not many folks have read about. It's the Antifa Olympics. It's the best way to understand the Popular Olympics. It was a gathering held in 1936 in Barcelona in opposition to the Berlin Olympics. So the Olympics are given to Weimar Germany in 1931, right? They're not given to Nazi Germany, but when Germany... Okay. Yeah, it's
Weimar Germany is the pre-Nazi, it's before Hitler takes power.
Yeah, when they were actually pretty cool in some ways, pretty progressive for the time period, right? In lots of ways.
It's the woke Germans.
Yes, it is the woke Germans. It's like if AOC was running 1930s Germany, that's what you get.
I bet they had a whole institute that trans people got to hang out at and learn about themselves.
I've heard that, yeah. What happened to that institute? I can't remember.
The Nazis came and killed the first woman to medically transition in the Western Hemisphere and burned all of the books and then stole the records that the people had been keeping about all the gay people and then rounded up all the gay people and murdered them in camps. That's what happened.
Well, that's disappointing.
Good thing that'll never happen again. Anyway,
we've learned our lesson.
Yeah, there's absolutely no echoes of that in current political discourse, so that's fine. Hey, let's learn how to kill fascists. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
Yay!
Fuck them. Okay. So we're talking about the Popular Olympics, the Antifa Olympics, the Olympics that happen because the Nazis are shit and you shouldn't play games with shit people. To include the Olympics, even if you very much want to win a medal, take note, athletes doing sports in dictatorships. And so a lot of people, about 20,000 people, instead decide to go to Barcelona, where they're going to host this alternative games. And the subtext of the Popular Olympics is not just that like Hitler shouldn't have the Olympics, it's that gasp, Hitler shouldn't exist. And the anti-fascism is strong and youthful and perfectly capable of fighting a war and killing the fascists, right? That's sport. George Orwell called sport war without the shooting, right? This is a war with the shooting. It's a good quote. George Orwell pops up a few times in this one. Not always right about everything, but he was right about that.
Well, he pops up at the wrong time. Never mind. I'm trying to make a George Orwell gets shot
in the throat.
Now I just feel bad about it because...
At least that's the least. I mean, before podcasting, the throat was the best place to get shot as a writer.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. It didn't go well for him in the end. It sort of did end his life prematurely, I guess. But he got some bangers out in terms of books first.
Yeah.
Can't fault him. All right, so we're talking about the Popular Olympics, talking about the night before the Popular Olympics. You're going to learn why you haven't heard of the Popular Olympics. So I guess keep listening.
Okay.
86 years ago in Barcelona, Pau Casal, the father of modern cello, was leading the final rehearsals for the opening ceremony of the Popular Olympics. They had already practiced the hymn of the Popular Olympics. It was a song co-written by a Catalan composer and an exiled Jewish one who had fled oppression in Germany. Now they moved to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. You might know it as the Ode to Joy. Casals recounted what happened next in his memoirs. I just called the chorus on stage to sing the chorale when a man rushed into the hall. He handed me an envelope, saying breathlessly, "This is from Minister Gasol. An uprising is expected in the city at any moment." I read Gasol's message. It said our rehearsal should be discontinued immediately, or the musicians should go straight home, and that the concert scheduled for the following day had been cancelled. The messenger told me that since the message was written, an insurrection had started in Madrid, and fascist troops were now marching on Barcelona. I read the message aloud to the orchestra and to the chorus, and then I said, "Dear friends, I do not know when we shall meet again. As a farewell to one another, shall we play the finale?" And they shouted, "Yes, let us finish it." Then the orchestra played, and the chorus sang, as never before. I could not see the notes because of my tears. So that's how Pau Casal starts the Civil War. They finished that concert in 2016, incidentally. They came back to the same place. And yeah, it was very...
Wait, the same people?
No, not... Well,
okay.
The same institutions, right?
Okay.
These are called Orfeos, like, I guess, popular choruses, popular kind of city orchestra kind of thing.
Okay.
So they finished it in the same place because in the intervening 80 years, there was a little issue with the Franco dictatorship, which there still is in Spain, incidentally. But yeah, Barcelona has very much reclaimed its memory as an anti-fascist city following the dictatorship.
I could really, I can really see myself in those musicians, you know, like it just feels like a very possible thing, unfortunately, to just be like, okay, well, we're going to do this thing. And then, well, I guess, I don't know, should we finish? Like,
fuck it.
Yeah.
Right. Like at some point, I don't know, maybe not. Like, look, all of us were doing something else when we learned that a bunch of chuds had stormed Congress, right? And that the yak hat man was inside the Senate chamber. And some of us finished. I was on a bike ride. I kept riding my bike. Like, there's not much I can do. Sometimes you have to take the moments of joy because there might be much joy available for the next little while. So yeah, I think it's easy to see myself in a lot of this stuff. Perhaps that's why I'm drawn to it. All right. The following morning, the city woke up before dawn to the sound of gunfire. To most of the Catalan working class, this wasn't a surprise. The coup had begun 2 days earlier in Morocco, and word travelled quickly among the anarchists. By the time the men of the 4th Division, under General Fernández Buriel, began their march to the central Plaza de Catalunya, the people of the Popular Front were ready. The uprising had begun in Morocco on the 17th, and all day tension had been building. Union Radio had called a general strike, and despite the refusal of the Republican government to acknowledge how deep of trouble they were in, their unions were under no illusion as to the stakes. By lunchtime on the 19th, Spain had gone through 3 prime ministers since breakfast, and Barcelona had defeated a coup.
So what happens to the prime ministers like, okay, you be prime minister, and you're like, oh, fuck no, I don't want to be prime minister. Or are they getting like killed by the fascists? Or
No, Madrid is very, well, it's not very safe, it's safe. They basically, your first guy is like, I done fucked up here. I should have seen this one coming, given that I was explicitly warned about it for weeks. He's like, peace, I'm out. Second guy pops in, he's like, don't worry, guys, we can fix this. What we need to do is call the generals, talk it out. And it's interesting.
Call the fascists.
Yeah, give them just reason with them. It's interesting because what happens is in that conversation, it's the fascist generals. I think it's Capo de Llano he calls. I can't remember. Or Godet, maybe Godet. Anyway, it says like, you have your people and I have mine. And in that moment, what's happening is a fascist general who is leading a coup is reminding an elected politician that he has an obligation to serve the people who elected him and not just to make like unilateral compromises with fascists, right? So that, yeah, what a country, what a time. At that moment, that second prime minister is also doomed, right? So then we move on to number 3.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, we open up the armories to the working class, right? Which is what they should have done earlier. In every city where the working class is armed, the coup is defeated. In every city where it's not armed, the coup succeeds.
Well, that doesn't have any ramifications for today, so keep going.
No, absolutely none. No, and it's something that we can't learn from. So we shouldn't try. And obviously, it's not a direct parallel. There are some really interesting moments in this particular arming of the working class. One that I like to come back to is that the soldiers, right? It's obviously the weapons are in the hands of the military, and obviously the military has just done a coup. But not all the military has just done a coup. So you have some generals or colonels who are in charge of barracks, or armories, and they will be like, yeah, okay, I've got the order. That's what I'm going to do. I think this coup is kind of bullshit. Like, it hasn't succeeded yet. It might not succeed. Here are the Rifles Union members. But in Madrid, you have another colonel who's a diehard coup guy, big coup person, who is in control of the bolts of the rifles. So, like, the rifle doesn't work without the bolt, right? The bolt is the bit that, like, plugs a hole and makes the bullet go bang. I've explained that properly, right, Robert? That's a technical terminology.
Yeah. It's just the piece that makes the gun go bang.
Yeah, so the bolt, critical to the functioning of the rifle, held by another guy who turns out to be a fash, and so he doesn't issue them the bolts. So you have all these working class militiamen being like, how rifle work with no bolt? And just like entering the streets anyway, right? Slapping on the bayonet, now you have a pike. You have other people who have never operated a rifle before. So like allegedly everyone's calling the Socialist Union headquarters in Madrid, being like, do this, do that. And they're like, I can't hear shit. There's just hundreds of people behind me trying to operate the bolt on a bolt action rifle, trying to learn how to do this. And like, they're taking their newsprint from their union newspaper, right, and trying to wipe the Cosmoline off the rifles because they've been in like deep storage. It's this very evocative scene. Like, you can smell it, you can hear it, of these people being like, well, we never used these before. They've been in deep storage for a long time. They're covered in grease, but fuck it. Like, it's now or never.
Yeah.
And it was, right? So if we go back to what happened in Barcelona, they had radios in public places, right? Which was very common. Whole books about how Nazis used radios, but it's common in the 30s. Parts of the city, the paving stones had barely been relayed from October 1934's fighting, but they were quickly pulled up again. Barricades were constructed. Old rifles and pistols and the bombs that the anarchists particularly loved were dragged out of the bottom of drawers. These people fucking love throwing bombs. Like, there's a lady later on in the war called Rosa la Dinamitera, like Rosa the Dynamiter, who just like becomes a legend, right, for just throwing dynamite at fascists. She loses
rules.
She like there's so much awesome shit that happens that gets lost because ultimately like Hitler and Mussolini win the Spanish Civil War, basically, right? Spoiler.
Yeah.
So actually that night before the troops march on the city, the UGT, the socialists, control the dock union, the dock workers union, and they're like, hey, hang on, I'm pretty sure there's a ship in the harbor that has dynamite on it. Let's raid it. So they raid the ship, steal the dynamite, and drive through the city distributing it to union members who spend the entire night making bombs.
I'm sure that went badly for several of them, but...
Yeah, well, it went badly for fascists too, but... almost undoubtedly. And like Robert and I have talked to some people in some other contexts who have made homemade bombs, and don't smoke is what I will say. Do not smoke if you're in the process of making bombs or explosives.
Oh, whatever. That's the same people who say that you can't smoke while you're fueling up your car.
Yeah, cowards.
Yeah.
Go down like a Chad.
Yeah.
That's my message to you. The other thing they did was they put on like their mono. So like a mono is like a onesie, right? Like an overall. Blue mono is kind of the militia uniform because they weren't an army. They were just working class people who worked at factories who were not taking any shit from the army that day. And they put on their little Union hats, which you can see in all the photos. They look very cool, very quaint. So to understand why the conflict they fought that day began, it's probably beyond the scope of this podcast. And to understand why it ended the way it did will infuriate just about everyone listening, which is fine, but we don't have all day.
Okay.
If you want to know more about some of the people involved, Margaret Killjoy's podcast on Hispanic Anarchists is a great place to start.
What?
Yep. Okay. I thought it was wonderful.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, do. Yeah. Great
really,
podcast.
Really great. I love it.
Wow.
Sophie listens too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Complete cosign.
Yep. You should like and subscribe. Is that still the thing?
What was that title again? Cool people who did cool stuff? Yeah?
I think so. That sounds about right.
Yeah. I've heard of that.
Yeah, the host is brilliant.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah, I'm trying to be clever, but instead I'm probably blushing.
No. You deserve.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, if you want to read some books, I'm going to list some books at the end. Probably far too many, because this is my shit. But I
think there's more books written about the Spanish Civil War than, well, I guess war in general, but I think anarchists have written more about the Spanish Civil War than maybe
undoubtedly
anything else combined.
Yeah, the device we are speaking on is currently propped up on a large stack of them, actually. Yeah, most of my material possessions are anarchist books about the Spanish Civil War. It's nice. It's the way your life should be, kids.
Yeah.
I've written one too, and it's heinously expensive, but I'm happy with it. If you struggle to obtain it materially, please just shoot me a direct message. Unless you kind of have some kind of gross disagreement because you're a fascist or something, in which case please don't bother. Okay, I don't know how you got this far if you were a fascist, I guess. For now, though, let's get back. I probably have some. I don't know. Fuck off Nazis, I guess.
I think fewer people hate listen. My theory, I know that we wanted to hear my theory about why podcasting took off.
We do.
Is because it's harder. People don't have the attention span to hate listen the same way that they can like hate skim or like hate read tweets and reply. And so I've made a lot of different media in a lot of different ways over the past couple decades, and I get less hate mail about podcasts than most other forms. So that's my theory, is that people podcast because no one wants to sit there and like hate listen. I mean, people like hate listening to clips. That's why we all listen to those like clip shows where they take the right wing person and, show them saying something that we all think is not an intelligent thing to say, and then we laugh or whatever. But so anyway, if you're the person who has been put on this earth to hate listen to It Could Happen Here in order to, make fun of it to your audience, thanks for the listens, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we're getting that sweet revenue.
I know. Well, where does that revenue come from?
It just appears. It's like lichen that grows on the side of a wet building.
It doesn't come from ads?
No, I don't think so.
Ads do organically grow a lot like lichen. They just start showing up and replicating. We really have no choice. But yeah, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fact of nature. If you are that person, I will say that my message is stop being a Nazi. That's me being polite. On the night of the 18th, some assault guards, members of an elite paramilitary police force that was founded by, and sometimes, mostly, loyal to the Republic, went against the orders of their officers and sneaked rifles out to members of the CNT, an anarchist union. That's pretty based. It's the one day, as you will learn, this is the one day all cops took off from being bastards. Some of them, it turns out, are capable of doing the right thing, or were in 1936, I should say.
Yeah, if cops were handing out rifles to anarchists, that would be not a parallel that I can easily imagine in the modern context.
Yes, somewhat unique, right? It doesn't mean that these people had not spent the past decades killing each other. It does not mean that they would not return to doing so within less than a year. But just for a day, everything was hunky-dory.
It's leftist Christmas.
Yes. This more or less is leftist Christmas. Like, because there's even like there's gifts. They call them proletarian shopping trips. But what they do is requisition merchandise from stores and distribute it to people who need it.
Are you just are you referring to armed robbery? Is that's
a different thing?
It's only armed robbery if somebody tries to fight back. Otherwise, you just happen to be shopping with a gun.
That's it. And what if there is no law? Is it really a crime?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. No one can say. I will say that it seems like they only robbed the shopkeepers who were turds. People who like lent a lot of money at a very high interest rate, things like that. In these proletarian shopping trips, a thing which...
I'm not being against what happened. I'm just I'm stripping away some of the niceties.
Yeah. If people hadn't gathered, if they weren't picking up what I was putting down, yes, it is going into a shop with guns and taking things and giving them to people who need them. Whether or not that is bad, who can say?
Robin Hood, famous villain in history.
Yeah, that's right. Bad dude. Sheriff of Nottingham, on the other hand, would have been big into crypto, I'm sure. All-round legend. So when I said if there is no law, I wasn't really joking. Like at this point, Luis Companys, who's the Catalan leader, he's a liberal leftist politician, and earlier that evening, he'd refused to open the armories. He realizes that things are out of his control, and so he sets off for a walk, and he walks down the Rambla, right? If you've been to Barcelona, it's this big old street. Now it's full of the kind of restaurants that have photographs on their menus so that German people can understand what they're going to eat, which is much of Barcelona. And American people, but people who don't speak Catalan or Spanish who go to Barcelona can eat very well there for lots of money. If you've been on holiday, you've probably been there.
I did not eat very well in Barcelona.
Really?
I had almost no money and was vegan, and my Spanish was abysmal, and my Catalan was non-existent. So I mostly hung out and cooked pasta.
There are not a lot of cities I've been to where it's harder to eat vegan than Barcelona. Yeah. That is a challenge. Maybe Belgrade, where the national dish is 30 pounds of meat on a plate.
Sofia. I can't remember how to pronounce the name of the capital of Bulgaria. Also a hard place to eat vegan. That was hard for me.
Oh yeah, that does not surprise me. Yeah.
Surprise meat is a big part of the Catalan cuisine. You'll be like, oh yeah, I'm having some lentils. And then they'll be like, psych, there's a pig in here.
We put a whole fucking pig in this thing. We did reverse vegan. We made lentils out of pig.
Yeah.
I just ate falafel. Everywhere I go in Europe, I just eat falafel.
You can crush some falafel. One of the Catalan national dishes is called capipota, which means head and foot, because those are the ingredients.
Nice.
And it's a bit of a pig that no one else wanted.
Actually,
one of the American national dishes is also the head and feet and face of a pig, but they call it a hot dog. At least the Catalans are honest about it.
That's true.
But yeah, it's better now to eat vegan. I'm vegan, and I was there in 2019. Just have to move among the right circles. But yeah, on the Rambla, it would be hard. So that night, Companys is walking down the Rambla. He's got his hat across his face so no one could see him, and he's pulled up his collar, kind of like an old-timey private eye.
Mm-hmm.
And up and down the Rambla, anarchists and socialists are stealing cars and welding armor plates to the front of them.
Yes!
Yes!
Another time-honored anarchist tradition.
Yeah. King of War is the improvised technical. So what they do here is weld these steel plates, right? And then they write the name of the union on top just so people can know who's killing them.
Well, and so they could keep track of their stolen cars.
Yeah, that's right. Like, you don't want anyone stealing your stolen car.
Yeah.
There comes a point in the next couple of weeks where some of the more ideologically committed anarchists will stop or take down traffic signals because they feel they're an unwarranted restriction on individual liberty.
There's Twitter discourse.
Yes.
Yeah. Get on that, tankies.
Yes.
Time is a flat circle.
Yeah, it's very funny. I bet there was a contingent of them that were taking down libraries too for gatekeeping knowledge.
Libraries are cops.
Libraries are book prisons.
Book pigs.
Yeah. Yeah, they burned them just in the classic anarchist fashion. Or we all know that libraries are better served under a free market system, like that one guy tweeted.
Yes, Amazon should run the library, and every book should cost you $10.
Yep, that's the only way we can grow as a society. If you don't like it, weld something to the front of your truck.
Also, if you have an idea that's based on a book and Amazon owns the copyright, they now own the idea. That's the only thing that's fair. No thinking without proper copyright.
Is it okay to use words if Jeffrey Bezos already owns words?
No.
Does that mean that we're going to be fighting the next one of these situations with instead of spray painting CNT, someone's going to come by and spray paint Amazon Basics onto them without a choice?
I'm doing that tonight. I will be up-armoring my truck as soon as we're finished. Yeah, and spray painting Amazon Basics, and then just going to the beach after that. Actually, what they painted on them, there was CNT, there was UGT, there was Phi. These are CNT, Confederación Nacional de Trabajo, right? A National Labor Confederation. This is an anarcho-syndicalist union. Phi, Federación Anarquista Iberia, is the Iberian Anarchist Federation. They're a group within the CNT that is more committed to a hardline ideological anarchism. The UGT are a socialist union. You have other groups too. The POOM is probably the only other one you need to know. They are not Trotskyites. Anyone who tells you they are either doesn't know what they're talking about or is consciously misleading you. They were in open beef with Trotsky, right? Like they are writing letters to Trotsky beefing about whether they should exist, which Trotsky is a no on that question. So yeah, they're not Trotskyists. They just get called Trotskyists by Stalinists because everyone who they don't like is a Stalinist, right? That they are anti-Stalinist Marxists, is what I will call them.
Okay.
What some folks do though is they paint UHP on top of their cars. Unidos Hermanos Proletarios, I think it stands for. United Proletarian Siblings, I guess. And that's important, right? Because these groups had been fighting among themselves and with each other for a very long time. And having like what appear today to be kind of comical beefs about inconsequential things. But they were important, and this ideological commitment is what gets them through this period of time. But the UHP comes from Asturias, where anarchists and socialists had come together to fight against the state, right? To fight as part of a miners' strike. Miners' particular love for dynamite, by the way. That's how they
makes sense.
Yeah, kings of the dynamite throw. That's how they dealt with the local garrison, really. And actually, the first use of a combat helicopter was against the Popular Front, the UHP, in Asturias. And that strike was eventually put down by one Francisco Franco, who we'll learn about later. Nice guy. No problems with him. That's a lie.
What?
Yeah, shocking, I know. Turns out to be a total turd of a human being. Yeah,
but he was wasn't he, oh, now I'm going down a rabbit hole. Wasn't he like some sort of wasn't he like a right-wing syndicalist for a while?
Yeah, he had all kinds of sort of, I don't think Franco had any convinced political views other than like that he wanted to be in charge. But yes, he was like a radical syndicalist.
I said right-wing syndicalist, but...
Yeah, no, but... So a number of officers, I don't know if Franco was with but there were like a group called the Radical Party who were not radical.
Okay, I see.
I'm not sure if Franco was one now that I think about it. I try not to learn too much about the person of Francisco Franco because he is a turd. He does pivot, and he pivots when he's in power, right? From like a sort of more totalitarian project to this national Catholic project to this sort of, he's a problematic dude. With no clear ideology other than he should be in power and he doesn't care who he has to roll over to get there.
That's a common political ideology.
It is, yeah. It pops up a lot on the right. Something there with dudes on the right that maybe we should think about. No, it's never happened again, and never in this country, of course.
Okay.
Fortunately.
That's our saying. It could never happen right where we are.
Yeah. Not in my backyard. That's the real name of the show, right?
Yeah. America is different, I think, is the subtitle. And special. Okay. So, sorry.
No. I'm just sad that. Anyway.
Yeah. The people in Barcelona that day were even more numerous and diverse than the already bustling city was used to. The 19th of July was slated to be the start of the largest anti-fascist spectacle the world had ever seen. That's a direct quote from a publicity article about the Popular Olympics, right? As I said, these games aim to show the strengths of the Popular Front with a series of events. Some of those events are the ones you might expect, but some of these events were designed to reward nations with a healthy working class rather than nations with a few exceptional athletes, right? So we look at the Olympics today. Having one or two exceptional athletes, especially in certain areas, can like vault you to the top of the medal table, right?
Mm-hmm.
Medal table, of course, invented by the Nazis to illustrate eugenics.
Whoa, really?
So, yeah.
Before 36, there was no Olympics table?
Not in the formal way that we see it now. So much of the pageantry that we associate with the Olympic Games was invented by Carl Diem. The torch relay, the parade of flags in the opening ceremony. The Olympics are fucking Nuremberg, with the rainbow rings. It's wild how much of that shit is cribbed straight from Nazi pageantry.
Cool.
The book called The Nazi Games, pretty good on that if you want to read it. Lots of books about the 36 Olympics, but yeah. I should just acknowledge that the International Olympic Committee did fund a lot of my research. And for reasons that may be becoming clear have since ceased. Also, they just didn't think I was very good, I guess. But anyway, institution that has some shit to deal with that it hasn't dealt with, I will say. And it was on its bullshit heavily in 1936, right? So one of the things they did at the Popular Olympics was they had a 10 by 100 meter relay. And it's just like, I don't know, do Americans have school sports days?
Yes.
I try to, I don't remember anything about public school sporting events.
Okay. At the risk of sort of unveiling more trauma, what happens here...
No, it's fine.
Okay. What happens here is that you line up, right, in groups of 5, and you just run back and forth, passing a baton to each other, much like school sports day, with the caveat being that the people in this event had to already be entered in other events at the games. So, you just get, weightlifters, and there was a chess event at the games, right? So you get the chess athletes, and they're just hauling ass as fast as their chess-playing legs can carry them. Back and forth to prove the superior health of their nation's working class.
Can we call them chess fleets?
Yeah.
Chess fleets.
Chess fleets, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I really saved that one.
Yeah, you pulled it back.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
They didn't have any mathletes, sadly. Yeah, they did have people who built human castles, so it's another event.
Really?
But,
wait. A castle made out of humans?
Whoa, wait. You are not familiar with castells, the great Catalan tradition of building human towers?
No.
Okay. Pivot. Episode is fucked now. One of my friends wrote her PhD on these.
Holy shit!
About something that they just made up just now?
Listen, okay. You can write your history PhD about literally anything as long as no one else has written it before. That is the sine qua non of history PhDs. I wrote my PhD about the Antifa Olympics, right? I wrote my master's about proletarian shopping trips.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought so. At the time. So castells, right? You get your people at the bottom, right? And they'll sort of wrap a ribbon around their waist, and then they often bite the corners of their shirt. I'm aware that I'm biting my shirt, and this is mainly an audio medium. But they'll wrap their hands over the other people, right? Men and women, non-binary people, I'm sure too, to form a big old circle. And then the next layer, climb up them, right? And stand on top of them. There's slightly fewer people. And the people get smaller, and the layers have fewer people in them, like concentric circles, right? As you get higher and higher. And then a small child wearing always a horse riding helmet for reasons that are not entirely clear ascends. And this shit is high. Like, if you're standing on your balcony, like, you are eye to eye with this fucking toddler who climbs up the top, gets to the top, like, arm in the air, and then climbs back down. And these groups...
And people do this in the world.
People do this all the time. Yeah. Look, America's national sport is this thing where, like, young men give each other brain damage. So, like,
I'm not anti this. I'm just... I'm actually impressed by it because we do the human pyramid thing, which is the same thing, only not nearly as impressive or interesting.
No, check out Castells. The cool thing about them is they exist within communities, right? These calls, these like, groups of castellers are groups of people who do this from a neighborhood, right? So they'll all be from a certain town. Like the Tarragona group was the one near me. And my friend's dissertation, Ida Ribot's her name, you can probably look it up, it was about like how this practice has been integral into incorporating migrants into Catalanness, right? Like Catalan identity by being like, yeah, come and stand on us or be stood on by us, and you too can be Catalan.
Oh, that seems like that would, that would bring a community closer together into a heap on the ground.
Yeah, and it has all kinds of other uses, right? A cat stuck up a tree, just call those guys.
Want to rob a house?
Yeah, famously, ladders are banned in Catalonia because they're for cowards.
Yeah.
And all day Castells. But yeah, this was part of the Popular Olympics, right? Human castles. So I'm glad we went there. For everyone who didn't know, people Googling that. It's part of like the UN, like United Nations protected human patrimony or something. Like it's important.
So do you ever just like make up stuff to tell Americans about, and then we believe you because you have an accent? I mean, we have an accent too, sure, but like...
Yeah. Luckily, your accents are all neutral and vanilla.
Exactly. The unmarked voice.
Let me know. I think I've told this story on the internet before, but one time I was giving a talk about diabetes in the Bronx, and I asked if this kid wanted to... I asked these kids if they wanted to ask any questions, and this young woman, itching to ask a question, just goes... Do you guys really have pies with meat in them? like as if she'd been misled her whole life. I was able to confirm that for her.
Savory pies like fucked me up when I was in France. I was completely unprepared for the existence of these things. I volunteered to cook for a bunch of activists who were busy having their meeting, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll come cook for you. And I figured I would just like show up and make pasta or burritos because I'm an American. And they gave me a le menu. And on it was a tarte de légumes. And I was like, I know what those words mean. That means pie vegetables. And that doesn't exist. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is not a very interesting story. And now everyone's heard it. But I learned how to make a vegetable pie on no notice because that was what the menu insisted upon. And yeah, I feel for this person in the Bronx who wasn't convinced that you were telling the truth about meat pies.
Yeah, if they're listening, I promise. Look it up. Now they got Google. Yeah, the lesson we've learned there is don't cook for French people. So at the games, one of the cool things is that nations competed instead of states, right? We can fucking go off on the difference between nations and states. A state is the entity that has political control and exercises a monopoly on legitimate violence in a geographic area. A nation is an imagined community that exists across space and time. That's the shortest I'm going to do that, and I'm not going to say anything more.
What's a country between those?
A country is essentially it's a geographical area that a state controls.
Okay, cool.
But sometimes it's mapped onto nation as well, right? Like Catalonia being a good example. But for most of the time, people use it synonymously with state. So countries aren't competing. Nations are, right? The exiled Jews of Europe are competing, right? Because if you're Jewish and it's 1936, you don't want to fucking march in there with the German flag, I would imagine. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Like negative vibes. So they don't do that. They are the exiled Jews, right? The anti-fascists who are exiled from Germany and Italy, they also come in with their own different flags, right? Initially, there was some rumblings about the NAACP sort of competing, but in the end, the United States team which is made up of trade unionists, had black and white folks on it. The organizers were actually so invested in including oppressed black people from the United States within the remit of people who sort of anti-fascism wanted to advocate for. And they threw this whole Olympics together in like 3 or 4 months. It was shoestring budget. It's funded by the French government, the Spanish government, the Catalan government, individual donors, and some trade unions from Norway. And they took their very sparse money and were like, we will pay your way if your black people from America want to come over here, because we understand it's shit over there. And if you want to come and play with us, then that's fine.
Which is a cool, fuck you to the fact that, because the whole Olympics is a fuck you to Nazi Germany, right? And so it's cool that it also was like, and fuck you to racism in the United States also. Like, I like that.
Yeah, and like it's also worth noting actually, like while we're saying fuck you to the Nazis, that like the people at the Popular Olympics like ran faster, jumped higher, were stronger. Like the Olympics are extremely gatekept by class. We see that kind of crumbling, like with your man Jesse Owens and stuff like that, right? But it at this point there were still workers' sports and bourgeois sports went to the Olympics, right? Like the Olympics still had an amateurism rule. If you got paid for exercising, you couldn't go. And so, yeah, which meant that like working class people, right? Like if you don't get paid time off, and no one gets fucking paid time off, it's 1936, then they can't go and compete, right? Like even if you work full time and I say, hey, Margaret, I'll pay for a couple of weeks, I'll make sure I take care of your rent so you can go and do the Olympics. Nope. If you run a benefit race after the Olympics, they will take your medal away.
Holy shit.
I think it was Tom Longboat who they did that to. They do that a whole lot to people who aren't white, shockingly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Olympics, not great, actually. Maybe we'll do a whole episode on how the Olympics do some bad shit. But yeah, these people come from America, right? On the team is Charlie Burley. Charlie Burley goes on to be kind of a legendary boxer, right? He's a biracial man from Pennsylvania. And Dot Tucker, she's a black woman. She ran her union in the Bronx, and she ran the 100 meters as well. Yeah, fucking planned that one out.
Yeah, I love a good written into the script, like planned out. It's good.
Don't we?
That sounds sarcastic, but I actually mean it really honestly.
No,
it's good.
You can appreciate the joy that I'm feeling right now.
Yeah.
So that Games brings 20,000 anti-fascists to Barcelona, right? Some of them are watching. Some of them are competing. Some of them are staying in hotels. The Hotel Olympic is where most of them stay, but they ran out of space. So about 2 weeks before the games, they went around random houses and were like, hey, can you have somewhere to stay? So lots of the athletes are just like crashing with people. It's kind of cool. If you go to the archive in Barcelona, you can see the little forms where they'd go up to a house and be like, okay, this person has 2 beds and they can take care of breakfast, and that's 2 athletes who can stay here. They went door to door. Yeah, it's heartbreaking seeing that shit and then knowing what happened.
I was just thinking it was like a better way to...
Oh, yeah.
Like that's what Airbnb should be,
Yes, yeah, anarchist Airbnb.
Yeah.
If we compare this to the Berlin Olympic Village, where the Condor Legion stayed before they headed off to bomb people in Spain,
cool.
We will see that one side is better than the other side. Yeah. So these people are staying all across Barcelona, right? They trained in the stadium the day before. They're distributed all around the city. So on the morning of the 19th, Requetes, these are kind of hardcore Catholic conservatives. They report to the San Andreu barracks outside of Barcelona. Meanwhile, at the Pedralbes barracks, officers get their troops up, I think it's at 4 a.m, serve them a ration of rum for breakfast, and tell them that there's been an anarchist uprising in the city that they have to put down. And so
Which
they send them...
lie, right?
This is a lie. Yeah, the uprising is in fact what they are doing as they march into the city. It's
brutal.
telling that they lie because the troops are conscripts and are not really bought into their nationalist crusade at this point. And it's worth always remembering that like working class people get trapped up in wars often not by their own choosing.
Well, so it's kind of like how they're like, you have to go out and fight Antifa. You have to go out and do a coup against the United States because otherwise Antifa, who are all Stalinists, are going to turn the U.S. into the USSR.
Yes. Yeah. That's there's no parallel. No, that's not a parallel. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No,
it could never happen here. And that's our big message for today.
Yeah.
So these guys, they start heading down Avenida Diagonal, right, towards Plaza Catalunya at the heart of the city. The cavalry are on a different street, Calle Tarragona. There are dragoons on a different street. They leave a little later because the Spanish army is something of a clusterfuck. And they all planned to join up, but they never did. Instead, all across the city, sirens sound the alarm in factories. And where these troops had been planning to meet up with one another, they met up with sniper fire and those homemade bombs we talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where shit gets good. At the barricades, they met men and women armed with everything from modern machine pistols to blunderbusses and slingshots. Yeah, the blunderbusses are pretty cool. You can find some pictures. Many troops were forced back into their barracks. Some made it as far as a telephone exchange, and the hotels Ritz and Colón in the middle of the city. What the troops, who were incredibly poorly trained conscripts with little or no combat experience and even less willingness to fight, ran into, was the most unlikely of alliances. Catalonia's nationalists had governed the autonomous region since the declaration of the Republic in 1931. They formed a broad leftist alliance called the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya. That means Catalan Republican Left. I'll just call them the ERC to avoid it's a bit of an alphabet soup, but I'll try and explain where I need to. So before the Popular Front existed, they're kind of a proto-Popular Front. They combine liberal and leftist parties who share agreement on autonomous and progressive Catalonia. And they tend to be either aligned with or to the left of the government in Madrid, most often to the left of. They don't have the support of the anarchists, right? That's important. Luis Companys, who's the leader, right, the Catalan leader of the Generalitat at that point, has been a lawyer for the anarchists before, so he may have more personal support than the party as a whole has among the anarchists. For decades, right, the police in Barcelona have acted on behalf of capital against labor. They do violence for the people who own stuff against people who make stuff. And even under the Republic, this has continued, right? They called it the Republic of Order. But Margaret, I think you covered the pistolerismo, right? The years of the pistol in the 1920s.
Yeah, a bit. It was, they liked shooting the anarchists in order to bring about order. It wasn't like a legal thing. They weren't like, oh, it's our legal strategy. It was just we're in charge, so we will assassinate the anarchists. And then the other thing that I feel like is worth thinking about, because if someone's hearing, you might be like, well, why does the government care if the anarchists are on their side? And it's, to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, the anarchists are a huge chunk of the working class of Barcelona at this point. So it's they actually do care because it's a huge swaths of people.
The anarchists, by the end of the night, will own the city, right? And they have always been the majority of the Catalan working class in this period. They control the way elections go, right? When the anarchists abstain, then the right wins. When the anarchists... they don't say don't vote. They don't they're not yeah, go vote. They're they don't maybe consider not abstaining. Then the Popular Front wins, right? It's very funny how they use words. But yeah, the anarchists are the working class for the most of the industries, most of the unions are anarcho-syndicalists, right? So you don't have to support the anarchists, you don't have to support the working class.
Okay.
So in the 1920s, the cops killed the anarchists killed the cops, right? This is how we get the famous affinity groups, right? Los Solidarios, Los Quijotes del Ideal, and Nosotros being some famous ones, right? And we'll talk about them a little bit in the next episode, how that works and what they mean. So in 1931, the Declaration of Republic was a massive boost for the anarchists. More people joined anarchist unions. They felt safer doing so. Primo de Rivera, the previous dictator, had been very harsh on anarchists. They actually briefly, in the Alt Llobregat, secured libertarian socialism. They just took over some towns. They seized weapons from the cops and abolished currency for a week. And it was just it's on. It's anarchism.
Yeah.
So for 5 days, Fígols belonged to the people of Fígols.
And this is before. We're talking about before the coup and all of that.
Yeah, this is in 1932. So the Republic begins in 1931. So there's a number of these. Early on in the Republic, when the state is less violently postured towards anarchism, the anarchists really fucking send it. You see it in Casas Viejas. You see it in Fígols. So yeah, they more people join because they feel safer joining, and that leads to more open conflict with the sort of civil order, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But with the threat of fascism looming, the CNT establishes defense committees. And these become like a quick reaction force for the city, right? So by the time the troops leave their barracks, activists within the CNT were ready for them. Barcelona's Raval, the densely populated district just off the more tourist-friendly Rambla, had become known as a Barri Chinese. That means Chinatown. Not because Chinese people or people of any Asian extraction live there. That's because they watched gangster movies about Chicago's Chinatown, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we can go that hard."
Okay.
So they just called it that. Chris Elam has a great book on the construction of Chinatown. Now people have been shooting each other in those streets for decades, right? But for once, everyone in the Raval was pointing their guns out. Every balcony in the Raval becomes a sniper's nest, and by the time the sun came up, it was an impenetrable fortress of the working class. And at this time, the state would find itself begging the anarchists for support, and not the other way around. And I think that's maybe where we'll end it today, so that people can be sort of teetering on the edge of their seats to know what happens next. But thank you very much for joining me, Margaret.
Yeah.
Would you like to plug anything? Do you have any pluggables?
Well, I have a book that's available for pre-order. It's called We Won't Be Here Tomorrow. And if you like trans woman who robs guys and then feeds them to her mermaid lover, or you like the dead in Valhalla coming back and joining in an American Civil War to fight against Nazis, then you might like this book. Actually, I think I read that story on this podcast.
You did.
Viking
you
one.
Did.
You fucking ruined the next episode because that's what happened as well.
I know. Well, actually, there's a different story that I didn't write. I think. Oh no, there's one about velociraptors in the Spanish Civil War. Anyway, that's completely unrelated. Okay, so that is where that book is currently available for pre-order, and if you get it from AK Press or a couple other different independent bookstores, then it comes with a free art print that comes from the book. And so if you like that, you could consider getting it or ask your library to get it. And you can follow me on the internet at Magpie Killjoy on Twitter and Margaret Killjoy on Instagram. That's my pluggables.
Do you have any podcasts?
I have a podcast. I do. I actually have two podcasts. I have a podcast called Live Like the World is Dying, which is an individual and community preparedness podcast. And I also have a podcast on this very network.
Really?
I do.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool.
You all haven't noticed it yet. I've just been kind of uploading my stuff without checking with you all. Called Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff, which is all about history, but in a fun way, about stuff that's cool.
Yay.
I'm excited. Let's do it right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Simpson and Shane Simpson from the Legally Brunette podcast.
Each week, we're bringing you true crime through a legal lens.
Whether you want all the facts on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, or you still need to wrap your head around the Diddy verdict, we're breaking it all down step by step.
And we're not just lawyers, we're also husband and wife. It makes for some pretty entertaining episodes.
Listen to Legally Brunette on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Ryder Strong with a podcast called The Red Weather.
In 1995, my neighbor, Anna Trainer, disappeared from a commune.
It was nature and trees and praying and drugs.
So no, I am not your guru.
And back then, I lied to everybody.
They have had this case for 30 years.
I'm going back to my hometown to uncover the truth.
You can now binge all episodes of The Red Weather on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ever feel like you're being chased by the marriage police? Welcome to Boys and Girls, the podcast where dating isn't dating. Arranged marriage is basically a reality show, except the contestants are strangers and your entire family is judging. You're sipping coffee with one maybe, grabbing dinner with another, and praying your karmic Ken or Barbie appears before your shelf life runs out. Trust me, I've been through this ancient and unshakable tradition. I jumped in hoping to find love the right way, and instead I found chaos, cringe, and comedy. And now I'm looking for healing. Boys and Girls dives into every twist and turn of the arranged marriage carousel. The meet awkward, the near misses, the heartbreak, and let's not forget all the jokes. Listen to Boys and Girls on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Roald Dahl, the writer who thought up Willy Wonka, Matilda, and the BFG. But did you know he was also a spy?
Was this before he wrote his stories? It must have been.
Our new podcast series, The Secret World of Roald Dahl, is a wild journey through the hidden chapters of his extraordinary, controversial life.
His job was literally to seduce the wives of powerful Americans.
What?
And he was really good at it.
You probably won't believe it either.
Okay, I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you, the guy was a spy.
Did you know Dahl got cozy with the Roosevelts, played poker with Harry Truman, and had a long affair with a congresswoman? And then he took his talents to Hollywood, where he worked alongside Walt Disney and Alfred Hitchcock before writing a hit James Bond film. How did this secret agent wind up as the most successful children's author ever? And what darkness from his covert past seeped into the stories we read as kids? The true story is stranger than anything he ever wrote. Listen to The Secret World of Roald Dahl on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to It Could Happen Here. This is part 2 of James...
It Could Happen Here, the podcast that fucks. All right, that's my job done today.
Okay, part 2 of James's episode.
Congratulations, Robert.
The Spanish Civil War and the Antifa Olympics.
That's right. Yep. Civil War week, closing out with this one.
Why did the Antifa Olympics hate freedom, though, is my question.
The Antifa Olympics are going around and destroying all of the malls.
Yeah, they're taking your children and...
busloads of black-clad athletes are showing up in your cities to play sports.
This does make me think back briefly to when a couple of different anti-fascist groups in Seattle and Portland played soccer, and it became a whole thing because, there were...
Oh, I used to play anarchist soccer in New York City.
Yeah. And that got canceled hard.
Well, in Portland, it got canceled hard.
It also, because it was in New York City, there was a bunch of semi-famous actors who would come and play anarchist soccer, but then couldn't be visually associated. So people would all mask up in solidarity whenever camera people would come by because some famous actor was playing anarchist soccer in the park.
That's very funny.
Yeah, that's outstanding. More of that needed. These anarchists, of course, were just busy doing the traditional anti-fascist thing of starting forest fires in Oregon before before the Civil War. So,
anyway,
picking up from the last episode,
where we left our heroes.
Yeah, we're talking about the heroes, right? So, with the military marching towards the city and every balcony in the working class Raval quickly becoming a sniper's nest, every rifle was needed at the barricades. The Spanish and Catalan tops took an unprecedented break from being bastards, and instead significant elements of the Mossos d'Esquadra, Guardia Civil, and the elite paramilitary assault guards grabbed their handy carbines, rifles with names like Tiger and Destroyer, and none of them are called Robert, sadly, and took to the barricades in defense.
What a
of
missed
democracy.
Opportunity!
Right?
See, this is why the Spanish lost.
Get me my Robert. I can see it now. I'm prepared to help you with the advertising at no cost.
Just gonna bob them right up. Mm-hmm. That's why they called them bobbies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, famously.
Yeah,
I think it needs to be some sort of 9-barreled electronic volley gun. I want to.
Yeah.
Something that could take out at least 2 Japanese prime ministers at once.
You only need 2 barrels for 1 prime minister, so you could get up to 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shoot through
right.
space and time. Yeah. All right, so they
go back and get Junshiro Koizumi. Finally. Bring him to justice.
With a 9-barrel pipe gun.
Okay, so these people, the cops and the anarchists are fighting alongside each other. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct. Yep. The anarchists are pulling up paving stones, building barricades, which they had learnt in previous conflict with the state could stop light artillery. And they are welcoming the cops. It's worth pointing out that the heroes of the day are not cops, and the heroes of the day are very rarely cops. Instead, it's the ordinary people of Catalonia, right? Everyone from liberals to left libertarians runs to the barricades, but the anarchist affinity groups, the anarchist defense committees are the mortar that holds together the resistance, right? They are experienced, they have plans, they provide impetus and inspiration to the working class. They are ready when their liberal government is not. They had a pretty good handle on fighting in the streets of Barcelona too. This is their home turf, right? Incidentally, we see this shit a lot. Like people who are good at fighting the cops become integral in fighting the state. It happened in the Maidan, happened in Tahrir Square, both with like ultras, right? Like football fans, or people who go to football games that also like fighting cops. So like it's not unprecedented that the folks who are good at fighting the cops become integral at fighting the state when state turns bad. In many cases, they also have more experience manipulating their weapons than the poorly trained conscripts, because it would be pretty hard to have less. There's a little bit of a debate, a discussion about causality here. Does the coup fail where it does because the cops remain loyal? Or does the beachhead established by the working class allow the cops, who were sympathetic but not convinced, to safely remain loyal, right? So across Spain, it's like not quite the same as the US. The cops are better trained and better armed than the military. But they often hung back until the working class had taken decisive action, right?
See which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah, exactly. Like they... sometimes, like occasionally, they will do some sort of king shit. Like in the one city, the couple of the assault guards are their officers side with a coup, so they get shot by their own men. just you love to see. In other places, they sometimes do nothing. In some places, the soldiers come for them, where they're like, "Fuck it, it's on now." But in other places, they join with the working class, as they do in Barcelona. The civil guard is older. The civil guard tends to be in more rural places where the coup tends to be more successful, and civil guard tends to be less loyal to the Republic. The civil guard in Barcelona waits until noon. The coup is really defeated by noon. By noon, the soldiers are holed up in the food buildings, and it's very clear that they haven't won. And then they come in on horseback, clip-clopping down the street, doing the raised fist salute, like just milking it to announce their sort of loyalty to the Republic. They did have better guns and better marksmen, so they were helpful in assaulting the buildings that came next.
I was like, all right, everyone, we're here. We saved the day.
Yeah, here we come. Thin blue line. So what happens all across Barcelona is that the tremendously poorly organized army meet well-organized, well-entrenched resistance, and they're killed or turned back. So I want to give one example of this from Avenida Icaria. It's related by Beevor in his book. Now, what they'd done in Icaria was taken out huge rolls of newsprint, like the stuff that you put newspaper on, and rolled them into the streets to make a barricade, right? So, yeah. The degree to which people were, like, ready in, like, amusing ways is a great part of this. But, you know, that was what they had available to them. Seemed to be stopping bullets. So
lots of layers is the way to stop bullets. So it
is, yeah, lots of layers of newsprint.
Paper armor is a thing in different places. So
yes, it was, yeah. And it certainly seemed to work here. And they had big old guns, like Spanish Mausers. So the fighting stops for a second, and a small group of workers and an assault guard close the distance between themselves and two 75mm field guns, but they're holding their rifles above their heads. They signaled they wanted to talk and not to fight. And so for a few minutes they give a passionate speech, informing the soldiers they'd been lied to, that the anarchists were not in revolt, that they were in fact part of a coup, and that they should not fire on their proletarian brothers. It's not exactly clear what they said, but whatever they said, it worked, and very slowly, the seed of class consciousness was planted, and it bloomed in about the time it takes to turn a 75mm gun 180 degrees, load it, and fire it at your officers. Which, again, is just so good. Like, these powerful anecdotes of like someone just being like, yeah, now that you phrase it like that, we're on the same team. Let me turn this artillery gun around. Yeah, I also just love to think of the guy who's just been like previously like for God and country. Gets vaporized by a 75mm gun.
Yeah.
It's truly magnificent stuff. So the Popular Olympians are still in town, right? They turned up to show off as anti-fascists, but they didn't really expect to be showing off their anti-fascist bona fides quite like this. But lots of them were willing participants. The Americans were down by the Boqueria market. You've probably been there. If you've been to Barcelona, you've probably bought an edible arrangement. That's what tourists like to do. And they watched the streets around them turn into battlegrounds. You can see the bullet holes in the hotel where they stayed and some of the cafes around there. But some of these bullet holes, it should be mentioned, are from a sadder and altogether different battle a year later. But this day, they popped out of their hotel rooms to take a look at what was going on, got shot at, and then went back inside, and then popped out of different balconies. Well, they had this thing of popping out of different balconies. Like, I don't understand what the fuck is going on in their heads, where they're like, people keep shooting at us, let's continue to try different balconies.
I could see doing that, just being so curious.
Right, like, yeah. And they'd all made friends with Spanish people, right? They were just, they were not the athletes of today. Like, they were out late drinking every night. And they were really bummed very quickly, very upset. They're like, well, we need to get stuck in. Like, you know, we're young, healthy people. In their diaries, they also write about seeing the Spanish women at the barricades and just being like, oh, fuck yes. Like, this is outstanding.
Yeah.
They're just like, because they're very committed, right? Like, these anti-fascists are very committed to gender equality. Like, they really are. And it's demonstrable in all the communications about the Popular Olympics. When they send stuff to unions and unions, like, here's a team, it's 10 dudes. They're like, well, that's fucking disappointing. Like, where are the women? Well, what are we doing here? Like, hey, how are we making the world better with just a bunch of dudes exercising together? Like, so it really is, I think, a very genuine commitment for them. And they're so pumped. So when the fighting lulls, these guys come running out. And they saw those cavalry horses, right? The cavalry horses that they'd expected to parade down the Rambla in a victorious coup had now been stacked on top of each other as barricades.
Sorry, the horses?
Yes. They used the horses as cover. You can find pictures of this, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because
you.
the horses didn't want to be fascists.
Yeah.
But I think you can take some solace in knowing that the people who were riding them also got killed.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you say the horses didn't want to be fascist.
Oh, yeah, this is in the intersection of shit you enjoy, Robert, actually, yeah.
Yeah, shitting on horses and hating fascists.
Yeah.
Which are the same.
No, but see, horses would be very good at shitting on fascists.
From a great height.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. R.I.P. horses. You did nothing wrong. Pour one out for the horses. So Charlie Burley runs down into the street, right? He's pretty accustomed to fighting. He's a boxer. He is a mixed race kid who grew up in Pittsburgh. He's refused to go to the 1936 Olympics because he doesn't want any of Hitler's bullshit. And he doesn't speak Spanish. So all he knows how to do is pick up a crowbar, start levering up paving stones and helping to build a barricade.
Yeah.
And so that's what he does.
The universal language.
Yeah. Breaking shit. And so he just gets stuck in. A number of them do, right? These barricades they built, like I said, they were so strong that they would stop light artillery. Across the city, whipped and snaps of bullets cracked across the wide boulevards that cut through the regimented grid of the Exemplar. Snipers were stationed in the bell towers of churches. They picked off the newly formed People's Militia as they dashed between the barricades carrying ammunition and food. A French athlete was shot in the crossfire.
Right-wing snipers.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
So you will definitely read that they were priests, but they're not, I don't think, just if you're going to put a sniper up there, you want to put someone up there who knows how to use a rifle. But
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so they probably weren't priests. That doesn't mean the priests were not abetting them. I'm sure they were at some points. But yeah, this is why the churches get burned. Yeah, it's one of the reasons. A group of German exiles suspected their company's diplomats might be involved, so they raided their homes and found massive stashes of weapons. Which is great. The Republic had very liberal asylum policies, so you have a ton of German and Italian anti-fascists already in town. Elsewhere, people found each other in the streets or joined up with pre-existing affinity groups to form Centuria. Centuria is a Latin word for units of 100 soldiers. They're broadly based on language, and they're named after some famous leftists like Tom Mann, Karl Marx, or Ernst Salomon, right? The founder of Antifa with a capital A. Later, these would become the nucleus of the international brigades. But the International Brigades were the army of the Comintern, and the Centuria weren't. They didn't have offices.
Means basically like under Soviet control.
Yes, that's right. They're Soviet-controlled communist international, so they were doctrinally Stalinist, more or less, right? And certainly, like, you can read a shit ton about the International Brigades going from a broad Popular Front leftist alliance to straight up Stalinist, and what that does to their desire to fight and their ability to fight. And I would suggest that it's not great, but
it's a story as old as time.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Draw your own conclusions. Cecil Elby is very good on that if you want to read his book. So these Centuria don't have officers, and they certainly don't have commissars, right? And off they roll to fight the Nazis. By 11 a.m., General Goddard has landed from Mallorca. He was hoping to command the city, which the nationalists thought that Barcelona would be the easiest city for them, right? They thought it was a soft target. They were wrong. I don't know whether, again, not smart. It was only through the intervention of Caridad Mercader, her son incidentally killed Trotsky, that his life was spared. He holed up in the headquarters was overrun, they wanted to execute him immediately. She intervened, she says, no, we gotta do this pretense of justice, so we put him on the prison ship Uruguay, and then he's killed a little later after a court-martial. He's executed a few weeks later in the Montjuic Castle. That day in the Montjuic Castle, the troops had shot their officers, the NCOs had led a raid on the armory where they began distributing guns to anarchists. Again, yeah, very cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, love to see it. The Catalan left and the Catholic Church had some historical disagreements, right? The Church had a long history of violence towards the left, and the left had an equally long history of violence towards the Church.
Mm-hmm.
The Church had been part of brutal oppression of the working class, right? Victimization of people, especially of working class women. And as troops withdrew from the city in July 1936, anarchists began to take revenge against the churches. Nuns' corpses were disinterred, priests accused of collaboration were executed, and by the afternoon, the sky began to fill with smoke as churches burned all over the city. Sometimes they had these things called checkers, which were like revolutionary tribunals, where they put the priests or the churches themselves. Later outside Madrid, there's a famous photo of them like executing a giant statue of Jesus Christ after putting it on trial. That's what's in the future for Robert Evans, his executions.
That is a pretty funny bit.
Yes. It's good. There's a firing squad and everything.
That is like a pretty good dedication to the bit. You gotta, whether or not you agree with it, you have to respect it.
Yeah. It's a good T-shirt. Maybe we could, return to merch. And have that image. But yeah, some Catholics rebuilt it. Sadly, it's no longer riddled with bullet holes in its face.
Well, it's time to.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
Yes, it's time to kill God.
Storm heaven.
Yep, and redistribute all the stuff.
Harps for everyone.
Yeah. Oh, people wore robes, actually. This became a bit of an issue because people would be like, lol, look at me, I'm wearing a robe, I pretend to be a priest. And then other people will be like, fuck you, priest, and shoot them. Don't do that, actually. Robes for everyone, bad idea at a time of anti-clerical violence. What you can do is drink all the communion wine, which is what they did.
All the blood of Christ is what they drank.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, actually, I guess it only becomes that in the stomach.
Yeah, no.
I'm a bad Catholic. I don't remember any of this.
It's just wine until they do the thing.
Yeah, okay.
And say the words, and then something special happens. That's the Eucharist.
So it's the pre-blood.
Yeah, it is pre-blood. It's just sweet wine.
Mm-hmm.
By the 20th of July, the military was all but done for in the city, right? But some of them had retreated back to their barracks immediately. They came out, promptly got shot at by a shit ton of people and went, nope, and pulled the 180, returned to the barracks.
So smarter than the tourists at the hotel.
Yes. Although, I don't know about that because these guys end up dying there and the tourists do not.
Well, that's because they're side one, but...
Yes, yeah, true. Well... I would be lying if I said the tourists do not, because one of those tourists does. A guy called Albert Al-Chaikin. They called him Chick. he was the coach of the team, community college professor, actually. And he leaves, goes back to America, and just can't deal with like missing. It's not so much like the guilt of not being there. It's and I think some of us maybe can relate to this in a way, right? Like the missing of being there too.
Yeah, the FOMO.
Of like that. Yeah, and how special it feels. Yeah, Robert's off. Robert can relate to this, right? Like sometimes it's some time you feel the most alive is when you're trying not to be dead. But also like this was a fucking awesome time, right? Like the cops have joined the working class, the churches are on fire. The bosses are running for the hills, and the army has just had its ass handed to it by like a bunch of men and women in blue overalls. Like I can imagine it felt pretty cool. So he goes home, and then he decides to come back. He comes back with his wife. His wife runs the first art therapy program for children traumatized by conflict. Yeah, the pictures are at UCSD. I used to go sit with them all the time. Just kind of. I don't know, it feels like a special place, like a nice connection.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that gets like left out of history too much too, right? Is these contributions like, and these like developments that come from political radicals that are like not just the gun, the Robert, you know, or the, seizing of workplaces, but the developing of art therapy for people dealing with traumatic event. That rules.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like these people made homemade bombs, but they also like made it easier for kids to process their trauma. And like that's what anarchism is, folks. But yeah, Jenny Berman, they hyphenated their last names, Berman Chaikin.
Wow. She's also advanced.
Yeah, highly progressive.
1930s.
Yeah, his wife, Jenny, was definitely the radical. And she sort of brought him on, and he was like, yeah, fucking... You got it. So yeah, he goes back. You can see the pictures at UCSD. They're online too. But Al dies in a sort of chaotic retreat to the international brigades. No one knows where, right? I'm trying to write a book about him. I have some of his diaries. Just an inspirational guy in a lot of ways. Very nice guy. He's also like, he sort of draws a lot of disdain from the other passengers on the boat when they're crossing the first time because the passengers keep getting mad that the black folks and the white folks are eating at the same table at dinner from the Popular Olympics team. And he's just like super mad at this and it's like, why would you be that way? So just keeps like getting, and he is a wrestler, right? Like he's a collegiate wrestler. He went to Olympic trials, so just keeps getting in people's faces about it, I guess. Which like, is, I guess, being an ally or something. But
does his wife survive the war?
Yes, Jenny Berman is in. There's a film called The Good Fight, which is about the American volunteers, and you can see her talking about him.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it's obviously a pretty difficult experience for her talking about him, but and I'm sure the whole thing is pretty rough given the things that happen afterwards. But again, a wonderful person. She's passed away now, but yeah, actually, it's the interview. It's the full interview with her that I'm waiting for, so I can write about him. Cool. But yes, she does. Look up The Good Fight. It's a good film. So on the 20th of July, the anarchists are assembling outside these barracks, right? They had the support of the police, but they didn't want it anymore. And so they assembled their own troops instead, right? Garcia Oliver, Abad de Santillon, Ascaso, and Durutti are on some Chad shit. And they do what the anarchists did at this time, which is they lead a frontal charge on the barracks where there are still machine guns. So they are brave, but perhaps not tactically astute.
I've read about this where basically one of the problems that people had like strategically about the anarchists is that the anarchists in Spain were so fervent in their beliefs that they basically were like, hooray, soon I will be a martyr, and like all charged at machine guns and like weren't always the most strategic. Does that map to your understanding? Or
in the early days of the Civil War, they're like, because they had been raised for decades of propaganda of the deed, right? And like propaganda of the deed is saying like, like you can die as a hero and become an example to the working class and you will elevate the cause. It's as close to martyrdom as you can get in an atheist political belief, I think. And so they would just, I don't like Ascaso, right? Ascaso is a famous anarchist leader. Ascaso is a guy who dies like literally leading the charge frontally on a machine gun at this time, at this barracks, right? He dies in less than 24 hours after the war started. And he's a member of this Nosotros group with Durruti and others, and Garcia Oliver. And he's the one who gives his name to the pistol, right? So in Terrassa, the CMT, the anarchists, anarcho-syndicalists, take over an arms factory, take it over. The workers run the factory, and they start making these pistols with his name on. So it's like the only gun that is not in some way morally compromised. So I guess in that sense, he goes on to kill a lot of fascists.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't want the help of the police. They don't want the tactical advice. Durruti actually later is very good at this. He has regular army officers embedded with his column, and he listens to them, and that allows him to be more successful than the other anarchists.
Okay.
But yeah, their battle cry is "Adelante, hombres del CNT," which is like, forward men of the CNT. They had women too, but I guess that's not what they were going for. And they took the barracks along with 30,000 rifles.
Wow.
Pretty much all of those would be in the hands of working people within a couple of days.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a vast, this is a decent slice of the Republic's weapons, right?
Yeah.
Until they get resupplied later. Interestingly, the Soviet Union and Mexico supply them, but the Republican government in Madrid doesn't want people supplying the anarchists. So only CZ or Vazor, the Czech gun company, are willing to illicitly violate 2 different arms embargoes to supply the anarchists later in the war.
Yes.
Yeah.
Based CZ.
Yeah. Maybe we can have them be the advert for this episode.
Finally, a solid case for the hammer-fired arm in modern days. We have to honor the legacy of CZ.
Yeah. Again, the only morally correct firearm to buy.
Look, Glock wouldn't have done that, motherfuckers.
Nope. No. Yeah, don't see any Glocks in anarchist hands. Buy a 32 ACP because it also killed Hitler. It's the most anti-fascist gun that you can own.
Hitler killed Hitler, but
we don't have to go there.
The real anti-fascist.
Critical support to Adolf Hitler.
Or you could say, who else tried to kill Hitler? Hitler.
He did once before in 1923 after the failed Munich Putsch. But his friend Putzi Hanfstangel's wife, who he had a crush on, stopped him from killing himself, which was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, she let the team down. So see, that's where CZ came in, giving him an efficient way to kill himself with no wives around. He did have a wife around, didn't he?
See?
Oh, well.
Thank you, CZ.
Hitler's dead. And with that, let's go back to Spain. Catalonia, I guess. So the French Popular Olympics team left that day. They sang the Internationale from the deck of their boat as they pulled out the port. A few days later on the Rambla, a parade was organized. The various nations of the Popular Olympics marched down the street, led inexplicably by some bagpipers who had arrived with the British team.
Hell yeah, that's how you know they're international. Bagpipes.
Yeah. Why not? I love that, some anti-fascist bagpipers had been recruited by this point. They all sang the Internationale in their own languages, did the raise fist salute that would become the Popular Front salute. And they heard a speech, and in the speech they were told, "You've come for the games, but you've remained for the greater front, in battle and in triumph. Now your task is clear. You'll go back to your countries and spread the news of what you've seen in Spain." So some of them went back, and some of them stayed. All in all, about 200 of them actually stayed to fight or came back to fight. Some of the names are Bill Scott. He was an Irishman who came for the games. He went back and forth between Spain and Ireland a bunch, wrote some letters to newspapers to encourage other people to join. His big slogan was "A victory for fascism in Spain is a victory for fascism in Ireland."
That's the same slogan that the other side used too, right?
Yes, but the Irish volunteers who fought for the fascists were fucking exceptionally useless.
Yeah.
And may have excelled more than Irish volunteers who fought for the anti-fascists at killing fascists. Which, I guess, critical support to them. He fights in the Battle of Madrid, Bill Scott, where he gets shot in the neck, Orwell style. So there you go, Robert. Maybe they really were sticking their necks out. You got Otto Bosch. Otto Bosch was a lover of novelist and poet Muriel Rukeyser. He was a cabinet maker, a sprinter, and an actual card-carrying Antifa member. And now he was a soldier. He also died. The sad part about this part of the war is everyone dies pretty quickly afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sad. These people are, as good as people come. And they all end up dead. But let's not talk about that. I want to focus on the victorious part.
Okay.
So, that evening, right, Durruti, Garcia Oliver, and Abad de Santillon go and meet with compounds. Ascaso is dead, right, because he was on his heroics. They're still in their monos. They're still covered in blood. And they're still carrying their weapons, which is the way one should meet with a politician. So he gives them this little speech. And like some people say it's apocryphal. I don't really give a fuck. I think it's nice. I'm going to read it. It's not very long. Firstly, I must say that the CNT and the FI have never been treated as their true importance merited. You have always been harshly persecuted, and I, with much regret, was forced by political necessity to oppose you, even though I was once with you. Today you are the masters of the city and of Catalonia, because you alone have conquered the fascist military, and I hope that you will not forget that you did not lack the help of the loyal members of my party. But you have won, and all is in your power. If you do not need me as president of Catalonia, tell me now, and I'll become just another soldier in the fight against fascism. If, on the other hand, you believe that I, my party, my name, my prestige can be of use, then you can depend on me and my loyalty as a man who is convinced that a whole past of shame is dead. So that's nice.
That's intense. That's cool. It's interesting,
Right, it's fascinating. I think it's the clearest we get to a person at a time being like, in the last 24 hours, I have gone from president to a guy who has to ask the anarchists for a rifle so I can fight.
Yeah.
And like, it's, people get on their Zelensky stuff, but this is kind of different, I guess. Like, it's good to find someone who cares about a cause more than power.
Yeah, as a rule, if it's your job to be in charge of people, I'm probably not a fan of that job existing. But if, when it comes down to it, you throw down rather than hide in a bunker or flee the country to live in exile in, I don't know, whatever friendly country, then that's better than the alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I think, being more attached to this and to your self-preservation or your power, I think is admirable.
For example, if Joe Biden had burned down the 3rd precinct himself, I think a lot of people would feel more positively towards him.
He did, though.
Right, but you didn't. We're not supposed to talk about this on the podcast, guys.
You're right. This is.
Yeah.
We're keeping that one under wraps until the midterms really start to heat up.
Yeah. That's an October surprise.
We released the video of Joe Biden with a firebomb.
I was told that he had a can of Axe body spray and a lighter.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how he normally rolls when he's in block. All right.
Sorry, that image is like so cursed that I'm like
Joe Biden in block,
doing the smile like he's in the Camaro, but just holding the Axe body spray and a cigarette lighter.
But everyone can figure out it's him because he keeps touching people, and everyone's keeping.
He's sniffing everybody's hair,
yeah,
asking if he can smell the inside of their balaclavas.
Uncle Joe. A hero, a true anti-fascist.
Yeah.
Are you going Dark Brandon on us?
Oh God, are we gonna have to explain what Dark Brandon is on the pod eventually?
I don't think we need to. I don't think that's ever going to be relevant.
No. I think we'll just say, let's go Brandon.
Look it up, kids. Just type Dark Brandon into your Twitter search bar.
And see what happens.
And educate yourselves.
I'm going to do this right now, but please continue.
Yeah, please do, because I don't have a fucking clue.
No, I have no idea what they're talking about.
No, I'm not on the internet enough, and I don't think I'll ever want to be. So things go differently all across the country, right? The Navy, I'm waiting to hear Margaret squeal or scream or cry.
I just don't understand.
Okay.
I think it's that he's a vampire.
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell us about Dark Brandon.
No, I don't know. It's just weird memes. It's
I think
scary.
Robert knows.
I don't want to know.
Yeah, you don't need to know. It's fine.
Okay.
It's a good time. It's a good time on the internet. That's all that Dark Brandon is.
All right. the Navy doesn't fall for the coup, right? And this leads to this spectacular exchange between the crew of Jaime Primero, the James I battleship, right, and the Ministry of Marine. Crew to Ministry of Marine. We have encountered serious resistance from the commanders and officers on board. Crew to Ministry of Marine. We have subdued them by force. Urgently request instructions as to bodies. Ministry to Marine to crew. Lower the bodies overboard with respectful solemnity. What is your present position? So what they've done there is the officers have declared for the coup, and the sailors on board the ship have killed them and thrown them over the edge. Right?
Subdued by force. What do we do with the bodies, the people we have subdued?
Just the most amazing radio message. like, the officers turn out to be chuds, and then brief pause. What do you want us to do with their bodies? It's again king shit. So it's a few days before the battle lines really get drawn as to who is where, who's on what side of the Spanish Civil War. It's a few days before it becomes clear that this is a civil war, because without boats, the rebels seem to be in trouble. But the fascists came to their aid with planes to airlift the troops from Africa. The Republic had more troops and more access to supplies, and it looked like they were going to win a war of attrition. That doesn't work out, because France, the UK, and the United States abandoned Spain. And the fascists do not abandon Franco. But I don't really want to finish there. I want to backtrack and think about how many times in the past or the present the working class of a city is spontaneously organized to prevent an army from entering that city. And especially in the age of the tank and the bomber, I can't really think of any. And I don't know if you guys can, but I couldn't come up with one.
I got nothing.
Yeah, anyone?
I mean, other than Kiev, kind of.
True.
Some of it was at least spontaneous, but yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't against their own army. They had an army.
No, that is, yeah. I mean, there are pieces of that, and it was not as organized or clearly as successful in, the Holy Week uprisings and the Watts riots and stuff.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, pieces of it.
Yeah, I mean, even in Minneapolis, right?
Pieces of it in Minneapolis.
Where the state didn't exist for a while.
Yeah.
But this revolution is somewhat unique, at least in that, right? And what happens afterwards, and what happened in the Civil War isn't what I want to end on. You can see this kind of idea in Ken Loach's film, Land and Freedom, that this was a romantic failure, and I don't think that's true. I think that the only way for the Civil War to succeed was doing what it did, for the Republic to succeed was doing what it did well. And what it did well was harnessing the enthusiasm and passion of the working class people to build a better world for themselves. When it became not worth fighting and dying for something, then the war was already lost for a lot of people. Trying to mass behind a conventional war effort doesn't make sense when your enemy has every advantage in a conventional war effort. But I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on the last weeks of July 1936, when the city's in the hands of the people, when there are no cops and no bosses, but people go back to work as collectives, when there's no money, but people distribute food to people who need it. All across Spain, and not just at the barrel of a gun, people collectivized. They collectivized in Castile, and they socialized industry in Valencia. And it's a remarkable moment in human history. It doesn't last more than a year, but I think it shows us that this other future was possible, right? The path we took from 1936 to the present day was not the best one. But I like to think that just for a little while, we could have done better. And I think that's where I want to end, really, is thinking about how we could do better. If people want to read books, this has already been a long episode, I will say Helen Graham's very short introduction is very good. Anthony Beevor's newer book is good, and you can get an audiobook. Julian Casanova is one of my favorite writers in Spanish, and some of his stuff is translated into English. Agustin Guillamot's book, Ready for the Revolution, on the affinity groups of the CNT, and Chris Elam's stuff on Barcelona is excellent. If you're in Barcelona, Nick Lloyd's walking tours are excellent. But yeah, hope that's enough there. You can watch Ken Loach's film. You can watch, I think it's called Parallel Mothers. That's on Netflix. A couple of good films. Thank you so much, Margaret, again for joining me to hear me drone on about the Spanish Civil War for an hour.
Oh, I'm into it. I didn't know. I've only been learning the details more recently. You know, I've always just heard about it in broad strokes, and the like. You know, a lot of people like talking about what it means, right? But talking about what it means is cool. But the stuff that's like really interesting to me is the stuff that actually like makes it matter. Is the person who shows up and develops ways to deal with trauma by art therapy, and the people who bravely steal dynamite and become named Rosa the Dynamiter. What was her name?
Yeah, Rosa la Dinamitera. Yeah.
Yeah.
She loses a hand.
Yeah, it's better than Rosa the Riveter. I mean, no offense to Rosa the Riveter, but Rosa the Dynamiter is doing well.
What Rosie the Dynamiter go after all of the libraries keeping the books imprisoned. Free knowledge. The road the gatekeepers of thought.
I really like librarians. I didn't want to get canceled, but I like libraries and librarians.
You all aren't ready for this discourse, Margaret. But
your lib Margaret Killjoy take.
Your librarians are problematic.
That's how we know you're a CIA asset, because of your pro-library stance.
Yeah, exactly. Classic capitalist infrastructure.
Look, where did the CIA train all those people to overthrow governments? The School of the Americas. What does every school have?
Books.
A library.
See, I think school is the problem, because that's the School of Americas. There's two things wrong with School of Americas: it's school and America.
most of the problem is the school part. I think the real problem with School of the Americas is that it had school in the name, and we can't have that. That's an oppressive hierarchical system of learning. Unbelievable.
If Amerigo Vespucci never came here, maybe things would be different. Maybe even better.
Wow, anti-Italian slander. I'm here for it. Well, let's all end on that note. Fuck Italy.
Yep, and fuck traffic lights. Margaret, do you have anything to plug?
I do. People can they can pre-order my book that is all about why traffic lights are bad. It's called We Won't Be Here Tomorrow, and it's written from the point of view of a traffic light that knows it's about to be abolished. It's out from AK Press. Who uses the red and black flag as the logo, and much like the anarchists in the Spanish Civil War, who developed the red and black flag, which is to reference, of course, the negation of the red, because the red in the traffic light is what stops you. And so the black is the negation of the red in this case.
Yeah.
And
that's what happens when you disconnect a traffic light from power. It goes black.
Yeah, exactly.
No one's disconnecting shit, Robert. People are shooting the traffic lights.
And you know what? AK do you know what AK Press sells? Books.
AKs?
Well, books and books. Where do books get kept? Libraries. That's right. That's right.
Guantanamo.
Everyone is in on it.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to be part of the evil world, you can do what is clearly good, which is listen to podcasts and create parasocial relationships.
Yes, the unproblematic medium of podcasting.
And if you want to create a parasocial relationship with me, you can listen to my podcasts, one of which is called Live Like the World is Dying. It's an individual and community preparedness podcast. And the other one is called Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff, which is all about people who defend libraries from people like you. And
anti-learning nihilist radicals.
Yeah.
Yeah, anti-library action.
That's right. That's right, James.
That's what the ALA is, isn't it?
That is why I fly the black and gray. I'm just making fun of people now. Never mind. All right. Thank you, Margaret, for joining us.
My friend did once make me an anarcho-goth flag that was black and then black lace.
That's great.
So, thanks for having me on.
I would fly that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for listening. James, where can people find you online?
I'm all over the internet. You can just put in my name at James Stout on Twitter. Sometimes I write things. I will talk about them there.
Great. Well, you can find me at iWriteOK. You can follow the show on by Cool Zone Media and Happen Here Pod, and send any complaints to send
at Hungry Bowtie.
No, send any complaints to at iWriteOK.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't read responses.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is Ryder Strong with a podcast called The Red Weather.
In 1995, my neighbor, Anna Trainer, disappeared from a commune.
It was nature and trees and praying and drugs.
So no, I am not your guru.
And back then, I lied to everybody.
They have had this case for 30 years.
I'm going back to my hometown to uncover the truth.
You can now binge all episodes of The Red Weather on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Simpson and Shane Simpson from the Legally Brunette podcast.
Each week, we're bringing you true crime through a legal lens.
Whether you want all the facts on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie or you still need to wrap your head around the Diddy verdict, we're breaking it all down step by step.
And we're not just lawyers, we're also husband and wife. It makes for some pretty entertaining episodes.
Listen to Legally Brunette on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ever feel like you're being chased by the marriage police? Welcome to Boys and Girls, the podcast where dating isn't dating. Arranged marriage is basically a reality show, except the contestants are strangers and your entire family is judging. You're sipping coffee with one maybe, grabbing dinner with another, and praying your karmic Ken or Barbie appears before your shelf life runs out. Trust me, I've been through this ancient and unshakable tradition. I jumped in hoping to find love the right way, and instead I found chaos, cringe, and comedy. And now I'm looking for healing. Boys and Girls dives into every twist and turn of the arranged marriage carousel. The meet awkward, the near misses, the heartbreak, and let's not forget all the jokes. Listen to Boys and Girls on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Roald Dahl, the writer who thought up Willy Wonka, Matilda, and the BFG. But did you know he was also a spy?
Was this before he wrote his stories? It must have been.
Our new podcast series, The Secret World of Roald Dahl, is a wild journey through the hidden chapters of his extraordinary, controversial life.
His job was literally to seduce the wives of powerful Americans.
What?
And he was really good at it.
You probably won't believe it either.
Okay, I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you, the guy was a spy.
Did you know Dahl got cozy with the Roosevelts, played poker with Harry Truman, and had a long affair with a congresswoman? And then he took his talents to Hollywood, where he worked alongside Walt Disney and Alfred Hitchcock before writing a hit James Bond film. How did this secret agent wind up as the most successful children's author ever? And what darkness from his covert past seeped into the stories we read as kids? The true story is stranger than anything he ever wrote. Listen to The Secret World of Roald Dahl on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It Could Happen Here is the podcast that this is, where we talk about things that are happening here. Generally, things falling apart. Sometimes things getting put back together. Today, we have a story that I wasn't sure if we were ever going to cover. In brief, we're going to be talking about a group called Black Hammer that is, on its surface, a leftist, anti-colonial political organization, and in reality is more or less a cult. The reason we're talking about them is that someone is now dead connected with them. The story is interesting and messy and says a lot about the way social media works today and the way that the United States is essentially like 40 different cults in a trench coat. So today I'm here with James Stout, and we are talking with journalist W.F. Thomas. Thomas, how are you doing today?
Today is a day.
Yeah.
This story is stuff is still coming out.
Yeah.
About an hour ago, charges were finally posted for the cult leader. But that's further along in the story. If you hear chirping in the background, those are 4 live chickens. So my apologies.
Oh, little babies. I just got rabbits that I have now living in my chicken facility, and they seem to be thriving. It's nice. I like having little animals around. All right. So who are Black Hammer, and how did they get to the present position? So I think we should probably start with like, I don't know, 2019, right? Is kind of when these folks sort of start to come on the scene.
Yeah. You could take this story back a lot further.
Okay.
Too.
Well, let's do that.
So sometime in the late 80s, Augustus Romain Jr. is born.
Okay.
This is the person more commonly known as Ghazi Kodzo. They use they, them pronouns, who would go on to be the leader of this group. Kodzo grew up in Stone Mountain outside of Atlanta, and in the early 2010s had kind of a lifestyle blogger YouTube thing going on, was a self-professed Cosmo's biggest fan, and generally seemed like they were trying to get famous.
Yeah, like influencer style famous, right? This was not at all political at this period. Point.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of the red thread through this story is Kodzo, I'm going to refer to them as Kodzo,
sure.
Augustus Romain Jr., wanting to be famous is kind of, unfortunately, the main thing that drives most of what has happened. At some point, in the mid 2010s, Kodzo took this turn and started making more incendiary videos. I don't have them directly in front of me, so I don't want to misquote them. But kind of like pushing this concept like white people are evil, going for this very specific type of leftism, and Ghazi Kodzo gets taken under the wing of, and I'm going to mispronounce this name, Omali Yeshitela. And this is a person who is leading a group in St. Petersburg, Florida, called the African People's Socialist Party. And African People's Socialist Party was part of this larger thing called the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I don't know if they're still around, but their ideology was third world communism, African internationalism, that type of thing.
And let's talk a little bit about the word Uhuru, because that's something, if you've ever been in and around Proud Boys, first off, I'm sorry, it's not a fun experience generally, but they like to shout Uhuru. And I understand that that's kind of related one way or the other to this.
Yeah. So I don't have it directly in front of me what Uhuru means.
Mm-hmm.
But, the reason Proud Boys say that is because of Ghazi Kodzo.
Yeah.
There were several times when Kodzo made appearances with Gavin McInnes, founder of the Proud Boys. And Kodzo generally became and still is treated as a lolcow, kind of this target for derision, to poke at, to see what is this person doing, which is still happening right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Kodzo rose through the ranks of this group, and then eventually found out that this is basically a cult. The African People's Socialist Party had a specific focus on membership from colonized people of color. But it turns out this was being steered entirely by a group of white people. So it's out of the ashes of this experience, this abusive experience, this cult-like group, Kodzo, along with some other people, leave this group, and they go on to form Black Hammer in February of 2019, which the original name was the Black Hammer Organization. And there's some really good write-ups, especially Red Voice, Devil Wears definitely recommend that. And there are...
I think you broke out for a second. So the title of that article is "The Devil Wears a Dashiki." It's like 6-7 parts, but it's really good, comprehensive.
Yeah, and that gets into a lot of that's where I get a lot of this information from. Mm-hmm. And there were additionally, what would happen is some of these people who founded this group, Black Hammer Organization, who are also parts of the African People's Socialist Party, would disavow Ghazi Kodzo, would disavow Black Hammer, and have kind of their own statement about here's what happened, in which they say, hey, we never recovered from this experience in this traumatic group, in this cult-like group. and instead went on to found this new one, and were very, it was kind of failed from the start to become this other cult-like group.
So just to clarify on the Uhuru thing, that it comes from the African People's Socialist Party, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they have taken it and run with it in the Black Hammer organization.
So the African People's Socialist Party was part of this umbrella group called the Uhuru Solidarity Movement.
Okay.
And this group is still around. If you look at like the Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan has a video where they go to this March for Reparations, and that group is the Uhuru Solidarity Movement.
Got it. Okay.
If you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we get this organization founded, and kind of from what my perusal of, because you can go to their website, Black Hammer has like a news site. They are kind of building them. Huh? Oh yeah. They're kind of for now. Yeah. They kind of bill themselves as like an anti-colonial organization that is specifically like one of the things they do is they have like a white people's auxiliary that like is for the purpose of people paying reparations. They have, they carried out a couple of actual direct actions during 2020, including like handing out masks and whatnot. But for the most part, they seem to exist primarily to drive attention to themselves and thus donations via social media fuckery.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's I think if you've personally interacted with Black Hammer propaganda at all, it is probably because you've seen someone on the internet talking about how Anne Frank is a Karen or something like that.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so I want to touch on something real quick that you mentioned. In these comments from the people who founded the organization and left the organization, these are still true believers who believe in this cause of decolonialization of African internationalism, and who do want to build a better world and do good things. In talking with people who've survived the cult, it sounds like Kodzo probably never was a true believer, but there were true believers around Kodzo who believed in this cause. And because of that, were able to be profoundly abused by Kodzo and the people working directly under Kodzo at Kodzo's behest. So April 30th, 2020, in a tweet, I believe, Kodzo calls Anne Frank a Becky, follows it up by how she's a Karen, which, one, is a ridiculous statement. Two, is entirely meant to cause this kind of uproar around that, Back at this time, there was acceptance of the Black Hammer organization in leftist circles, in that kind of online communist community. And there were people who came out kind of like, oh no, let's hear what they're saying about this, talking about how victims, the term genocide was invented to describe the Holocaust, but that term wasn't used to describe slavery, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which, to be clear, is not the conversation that Kodzo was trying to have. That was not the intention.
And that is a worthwhile conversation to have. Is like, why, why is that not? Why is the enslavement and like mass murder of a huge number of African people not seen as an act of genocide? Certainly a valid conversation to have, but also should not at all intersect with Anne Frank or how we think about the Holocaust.
Yeah, and because we are living in hell.
Yeah.
This fake, kind of propped up, not a real discussion, it's meant to just piss people off, is back again. Oh, good. What a great time. Yep. Based on documents that have come out that are purported to be from internal Black Hammer documents, this was part of their Operation Storm of White Tears.
Jesus Christ.
Which was seemingly this, and again, don't know for sure if these documents are from but these documents that are purported to be from Black Hammer lay out this strategy to cause division, to kind of bring other groups down, to elevate Black Hammer's own status by putting themselves as the center of attention in all of this that is happening in this online fiasco. Because again, the ideology is not the point. The attention is the point. The control is the point. Along this way, there's there are a lot of allegations out there. There are, for example, allegations that false allegations of pedophilia and sexual assault were used against people who left the group, people who spoke out against the group, that they were recruiting people on Tinder.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So along the way, some more chapters form. There's one, I believe, near Aurora, Colorado, or at least in Colorado. There's a New York City one, and kind of the group continues to rise as almost, your typical revolutionary communist cell that we have quite a few of in the United States going on right now.
Yeah.
They purport to structure themselves around the tenets of democratic centralism, as some of these other groups do, which, to dumb things down a lot, and there's probably going to be leftists screaming at me right now, was this idea from Lenin where a group takes a vote, and then if that vote passes, they all agree to go along with that platform.
Yeah.
With usually about 50%, so that there's not kind of the splitting off of factions. So it can lead to this very centralized and hierarchical control structure. That's certainly what happened in Black Hammer. There are other democratic centralist groups that have been in the news lately who use a similar strategy. But what this meant is it allowed Kodzo to run this group with an iron fist. On paper, there was a group of people leading the group. Someone else was in control of the money, but in fact, it was Kodzo controlling all of this. They also had, shared living spaces where members of different chapters of Black Hammer lived, hammer houses.
And that's always going to end well.
Yeah. Generally, it's a good rule not to go live with the revolutionary cell you just joined.
Yeah, if you are joining a political party and they want everyone to live in the same space that is controlled by that political organization, you may in fact be joining a cult.
Yeah. And there continues to be kind of trying to get more attention. At one point, Kodzo starts beef with a local anti-fascist crew in Colorado. Another thing to mention about this group is it's a lot of queer people in the group. Ghazi identifies as non-binary. There are, many members who love people of the same sex. And, one of the things that happens as Ghazi is beefing with the local anti-fascist crew is something that people are probably thinking of when they hear the name Ghazi Kodzo, is this bizarre video of Kodzo running around in Joker makeup.
Oh, jeez.
Talking about white anarchists and anti-fascists, which the background is actually even more fucked up than you would think, having just heard that. As outlined, Red Voice goes into this specifically. There were members of the group who were, practitioners of Yoruba, an African religion. And one of them was a trained, I don't know the correct term, so I'm just going to say practitioner of this religion, had gone through an education process in that took some time. And this video of Ghazi running around in Joker makeup was Ghazi's idea to channel the deity Eshu, and my apologies on mispronouncing that, which is a Yoruba deity, and before this happened, apparently Ghazi had brought this up to the person, and the person said, that is extremely disrespectful of my religion. Don't do that. And Ghazi did it anyway. And this is, another one of the things where this gets sent around all the time as, treating Black Hammer as a lol cow. But, even as this was going on, there was this abuse that was going on as well. And people being preyed upon by this group. In 2020, Black Hammer announces that they are planning to build Hammer City, which is supposed to be this utopian settlement in the Rockies. You look like you have something you want to say.
Well, I mean, look, it's a perfectly normal dream to want to build a utopian settlement in the Rockies. There's some downsides to that. One of them is that the Rockies is actually a terrible place for a large number of people to live. And this is why repeatedly, I don't know, there's been a lot of utopian settlements out in that part of the world, and they don't tend to last very long, or they turn into normal towns. But it's always interesting when folks want to do a commune type situation and then they immediately go for a place like that, because like the mountains is the hardest place to do it. If you want to have a self-sufficient commune like fucking Kansas, Arkansas, like somewhere where the soil is good for growing stuff and you can get like a flat tract of land that can grow food, as opposed to high alpine elevations where very little is going to... Anyway, whatever. This is compound talk.
So yeah, there's if there's one thing you take away from this episode, don't build your compound in the Rockies.
Don't build a compound in the Rockies. Look. Okay. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's the message of this podcast. Unless you're the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch, in which case go right ahead. They're thriving.
Well, but yeah, and then you got to think, what they're doing, which is raising alpaca as opposed to relying on like growing crops, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't actually see any advanced. I was just looking at their at the Hammer City website. They just say sustainable farming. I can't see advanced plans for perhaps there weren't any. They did raise $112,000 so far.
Yeah, according to their website, they raised $112,000 so far.
Yes.
Aha, okay. Yeah, educate us more on this project.
Yeah. Real interested to know how much money they actually raised. Maybe it was that much. The point is, we don't really know, because there was no kind of open record keeping within this group. And it was Kadzo who was in control of the money. So the group found land to buy, and they actually began the process of a land deal in early May 2021. And this is some information now coming from a fantastic Colorado Sun article about the whole Hammer City thing, that I also recommend if someone wants to read more in depth about this. So as the land deal was in the process of going through, a portion of the group moved out there. So about 24 people. This wasn't, it was remote, but it wasn't on top of a mountain. This was in a subdivision that had parcels for sale.
Yeah.
Which leads to some problems. This is a subdivision with a homeowners association and strict limits on land use as well.
Yeah. So they didn't have water rights, for one thing.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have water rights to the land, which I have not started a compound, but I imagine water rights is something you want to have figured out.
If you just want to live on a plot of land in the middle of nowhere, it can be fine. If you want to grow crops, then yeah, having the ability to irrigate said crops is kind of important.
Yeah. So another thing at this time is Black Hammer tends to be a pretty heavily armed group. The group moved out to this land. They were camping out. They're basically squatting on the land that they did not own, and brought their, armed security along with them. And we're also like blocking road access for residents of the subdivision. So they had neighbors, and at one point this leads to an altercation with a neighbor, with 3 armed Black Hammer members, and a neighbor driving his car, who, according to this Colorado Sun article, gets out with an unloaded shotgun, and there's a standoff. This could have been one of those things that went really bad. It went about as good as you can hope a situation like that can go, where nobody got killed. But while this was happening, the member of Black Hammer who was responsible for the land deal forgot to sign or didn't sign the paperwork on time. And after information comes out about the standoff, the land deal completely falls through. There is no Hammer City that is going to be built. And and Kodzo is maintaining, and Black Hammer as a whole is maintaining a super active social media presence at this time as well. So, you know, one of the other things that gets brought out is like this video of them talking about, oh, we built this bridge on our land, which is kind of a bunch of 2x4s across a ditch.
Yeah.
Are they planning to buy it in as like an organization, or is Kodzo planning to buy it themselves as an individual? Do we know?
This is actually something I did some research on. They did this fun thing. They created a front organization to buy the land.
Nice.
Which they called Hammerstone Industries Incorporated.
Yeah, stealthy.
One of the prominent members was responsible for that. So, the power of Google.
Yeah, I also found their Bitcoin wallet while we were talking, and it has never had any donations and remains empty.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one hasn't gone well.
So after this land deal falls through, Hammer City is not being built. A lot of people get really fucking pissed. They also, it sounds like they shot through the real estate sign on their way out of the subdivision. So on the 17th of May, 2021 is when the group leaves Hammer City. So going back to what Robert mentioned earlier, the group took a very, I'll say, interesting approach when COVID-19 started, which is the belief that COVID-19 is real, that people should wear masks and be protected, but that they should not take the vaccine, and that Fauci was a liar, which comes out a bit later. So they were doing, for example, there's a news article with a video of them doing, you know, mutual aid distribution of masks and food in Colorado. So lots of people are real fucking pissed when Hammer City falls through. There's also been, you know, these allegations that have been coming up again and again. And at this point, several chapters break apart from Black Hammer, break away from Kodzo and kind of go off and do their own thing. And Kodzo is left with this core group of members, kind of true believers, and says, fuck it, we're moving to Atlanta. So the group does a marathon drive from Colorado to the southern suburbs of Atlanta. And outside of Atlanta is where Kodzo grew up, on the east side, around the northeast. And they keep going. They rent a house where everyone lives together. Another one of their Hammer houses. I believe at this time there is another active chapter that is still connected with Kodzo in the Carolinas as well. But, you know, this is a when prophecy fails moment for Kodzo. And the people that are left behind are these true believers. And Kodzo doesn't take this well, doesn't take the failure of this deal well, becomes even more paranoid than they already were, more controlling and more abusive than they already were. So the Red Voice gets into some of the really wild allegations that come out at this time. Allegedly, Kodzo has members sign over control of the bank accounts to them at gunpoint, has people reveal personal information at gunpoint. And again, these are allegations. I'm not saying Kodzo did this. That we get some of these classic cult techniques coming out, forcing people to sit and listen to Kodzo kind of preach, having people constantly working, not getting enough to eat, having, you know, love bombing where Kodzo makes, you know, deep eye contact with the person, talks about how important they are, how much they love them, and the consumption of psychedelics as well.
Cool. That's good.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, you love to hear that. Yeah, just a bunch of heavily armed people being cops for each other and drugging each other in support of a, I don't know, charismatic seems like a weird word for Ghazi, but he must be, right? Like, clearly it works on some people.
Yeah, I think they are charismatic, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily to be good to be charismatic, but
no,
they seem to have attracted these followers.
Some people seem to be responding to their
I don't know, the way they present themselves. It's so, I guess that's always the way with cults, right? That like to the outside, the cult leader is always an obvious cult leader, but everybody's got different things they're vulnerable to. And so for some people that's, well, and also I think a lot of it is they have like presented themselves differently in different periods. And I think from what I've been reading, it sounds like a decent chunk of the folks who were kind of most deeply wrapped up in it have been with it for a while. So they've kind of followed along with Ghazi as they've,
Yeah, and this is a group that
the hill,
preyed upon young people, preyed upon queer people, preyed upon unhoused people, preyed upon people of color who are at the intersections, of oppression in our society. And this group, like most cults, it offered them a cause, a purpose, something to fight for, something to do, friends, a roof over their head, even,
Yep. Which is a huge part of it, right? Because if this place is not just your social circle, but also your safety net and like how you keep a roof over your head and how you stay fed, and you don't have close ties to family, or maybe your family aren't people that you can trust, like, I mean, again, it's not a different story than you get in a bunch of other cults, but like this is, it's a very frightening situation for those people to wind up in. And of course, one of the things that is unfortunate is that so much of the stuff that the Black Hammer organization said and did is so absurd that like it leads to this kind of mockery of anybody who gets wrapped up in it and the people who are very much victims of it, which I think is also one of the things that makes it harder to leave, right? Yeah. Is that siege mentality for those inside.
That's where the term cognitive dissonance comes from.
Yeah.
Specifically, people,
right?
When things don't go according to plan, stick with this group, and have already given away so much of their time, so much of their life, so many of their connections, that they just roll with it.
Yep.
Yeah, and then there's I'm just thinking back to a story I wrote years ago where I was fortunate enough to interview someone who's like an expert on these small cults, and they had actually been a survivor of I think it was a Trotskyist cult, so they were very familiar, and they like this group exhibits all those patterns, right? Like the charismatic leader that you mentioned, the use of their own language, the control of their relationships and their contacts inside and outside the group. Yeah. And then they mirror this like very positive. It's into like I was just looking at their aesthetics after you mentioned it. Like, they're definitely sort of seeking to mirror that like Black Panther Party aesthetic, right? Which is obviously something that has, for good reasons, very positive associations for a lot of people. So I can see they've constructed this very appealing package.
And now there's a body, right? Now a person has died.
Connected. Let's get to this.
So let's talk about this.
So in Atlanta is where things get really wacky.
Yeah.
Basically.
As is often the case with Atlanta.
As is often the case with this beautiful, beautiful city owned by Coca-Cola and Home Depot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. With, I have to admit it as a Texan, the best barbecue in the South.
That's true.
Excellent. Ethiopian food as well. I was there this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking amazing Ethiopian food. Big refugee population. That's besides the point.
Yeah. Yep.
So, Kadzo found themselves in the city without a ton of money. And so needs to get more attention, needs to appeal to more people. So this is when Kadzo announces that Black Hammer is forming a coalition with the Proud Boys, which is one of those things that comes out in really sensationalized headlines, but doesn't actually happen. What happens is Kadzo goes on a podcast with Gavin McInnes, and they talk about, we have so much in common. And there's, little to no evidence of actual organizing or work together between the two groups. But with this group like this.
No, especially because Gavin doesn't do organizing anymore.
On paper, not involved with Proud Boys anymore.
Yeah.
What was the podcast they went on, just out of interest?
Daniel, cut that and add in the entire audio from B Movie condensed into a 2-second blast like we talked about.
The group gets more attention to that. They start talking about how great Trump is, how much they love Trump, how Fauci is evil. Because again, ideology is not the point. The attention is, and this is how you continue to get attention, by acting ridiculous, by asking Trump voters to donate money to you. And at this time, they also begin an extremely aggressive fundraising campaign in the city of Atlanta. So there's a park in downtown Atlanta called Woodruff Park that has a huge unhoused population because our city is bad at being a city, and it's just bad. But Black Hammer, there are other groups, there are other leftist groups that do mutual aid that help people out in the park. And Black Hammer says, we're going to do this too. So they'll go there and have these sessions where they're screaming into a megaphone about whatever, and handing out clothes and some food to unhoused people. And they also start sending the members of their group pretty much every day of the week to go out into the city of Atlanta and ask people for money on the streets in their matching branded Black Hammer t-shirts and masks. It's a sight to see. And so this is what they call their Robin Hood campaign. They specifically target college campuses, Georgia State University and Georgia Tech especially, with the idea that college kids have a lot of money to give away. Not a great idea. But they do this aggressive fundraising where they, follow people. And if they don't take no for an answer, they say, oh, you don't care about homeless people. You don't care about unhoused people. You just have so much white privilege and really attacking people. Which is great when you're coming home, you're riding your bike home, and then you keep passing Black Hammer members outside of, on your commute home. Not fun. Yeah. And they appear, on the Beltline, which is this kind of public green space and shared walking space in Atlanta. They do this outside of concert venues. I went to see the Dead Kennedys, and as I was walking in the venue, a Black Hammer guy asked me for money. I have to explain to the guy in front of me, handing them $5, this is an anti-Semitic cult. You don't want to do that. And they're also taking in unhoused people. There's this video of one of the lieutenants saying, we want to get you, the unhoused people, to come fundraise for us. If you come fundraise for us, you can keep half of it, 50-50 split, and whoever fundraises the most in this week gets to come live with us at the Hammer House. So it's pretty fucked up. There's a case where a professor at Georgia State University, because these people, the Black Hammer members are out there every day, all day. This is what they do. This is their job. This is how the group makes money. Calls them out and says, hey, stop asking for money here. I know you're a cult. And a member follows the professor and films her, and specifically films her license plate and says, we got you. For example, members are arrested for having a megaphone in Woodruff Park and get some of their guns taken away when they're arrested because they're in the park with a bunch of guns.
Cool.
You can just have guns out.
Yeah, it's Georgia.
Which sometimes is cool when the Proud Boys show up and anti-fascists have guns, but it's not great when Black Hammer is doing that.
Definitely following people who criticize you and taking pictures of their license plate to try to dox them online is not at all cult behavior. It's like low-rent Scientology
and attack
stuff.
ex-members. They leak the addresses of the family of ex-members and their social security numbers as well, because they had them give them all this information at gunpoint.
Yeah.
They seem to get very close to encouraging people to shoot cops in a couple of pieces on their website as well.
Yep. They talk about killing white people a lot. Eventually, in early 2022, they have this rally outside of the CNN Center in solidarity with the January 6th political prisoners. Along the way in 2022, Ghazi claims to have found Jesus, and Black Hammer becomes a religious group. They turn their mutual aid distribution into what they're calling the Revolutionary Church, which of course is filmed and live streamed. They have several live streams that they do regularly throughout the week that are mandatory for members to attend. There is corporal punishment going on within the group of the people living at the house. And the people that they're picking up off the street, it's not just adults, it's kids as well. Kadzo claims to have this 16-year-old that they have adopted. And Kadzo posts these videos of them giving the 16-year-old guns and money and clothes to wear. The kid gets taken into state custody before the current thing that we're talking about. And this is going to be important later on in the story. So there are also these stories from members who have escaped, who have to do these elaborate escape attempts to get out because they're not allowed to leave, who have to kind of run away in the middle of the night with none of their stuff through a thunderstorm to get out. So this is what we're dealing with.
All right, everyone. It's James here, and I just wanted to correct a couple of things from the episode or add to them. One of them was the date of that shooting, be it murder or death by suicide. That was the 19th of July, not the 19th of February. So it happened about a week ago at the time that you will hear this, if you hear this on the day that we put it out. Secondly, I also just wanted to give some context to the word uhuru. It's a Swahili word. It means freedom or independence. And it was used as part of a backronym, which is when a group has a name and then they create an acronym that fits to that name. And the word uhuru was part of a backronym for a group called the Mau Mau, a revolutionary anti-colonial group who existed in Kenya. And the word uhuru was used a decent amount in anti-colonial struggles in Kenya. In the backronym is Muzungu Aende Ulaya, Mwafrika Apate Uhuru, let the foreigner go home. Africa should be independent, will be independent, I suppose. And I just wanted to give that context, and obviously it's been appropriated now by the Proud Boys, but that is part of the etymology of the word.
And then we get to what happened on February 19th, 2022. This is an ongoing story, so the facts, what we know might be changing, but early in the morning, someone calls 911 and talks about being held hostage by an organization, by a group. They don't give the address, but the authorities are able to track the number to this house in Fayetteville, suburb south of Atlanta, and show up. And they see someone is outside walking a dog who runs away. That person gets arrested. That's a member of Black Hammer. They see someone kind of waving from the garage, seemingly in distress, and the police are able to get that person out. They ask that the rest of the people in the house come out as well. About 10 people come out, and one person remains inside. Now, by about 2 p.m., with the use of an explosives ordinance, with the use of an EOD, a bomb robot, the police enter the building. The SWAT team goes in and they find one person dead of a gunshot wound to the head, which at this current time, we don't know the full details on that. We might not ever. Hopefully something comes out. Kadzo is being held. The group is kind of like sitting around outside, not in handcuffs, but being held by the group. And Kadzo does what Kadzo does and starts to live stream. So here's a clip from this 30-minute live stream, Facebook Live, that Kadzo does.
Look, there's a lot of media out here, girls, so this is just going to build me up at the end of the day. So thank you for that. So if you think that, I am concerned or anything like that, you're out of your mind. At the end of the day, there's still breath in my body. I still run an amazing revolutionary party. Our community is effing with us. And now all these news channels are going to want to interview us. And we're going to get to communicate about all the great work that we are doing here. So this is great at the end of the day. So my chicken's coming home to roost is more, more media, more followers, more, advancement work, more movement, more greatness. And so be it, sweetheart. Things like this have not stopped movements or leaders before, so not even overcome. This is a great moment. Right, comrade? This is a great moment. A moment where, our voices will be amplified and our mission and cause will be informed.
Well, that's cool. I like that he clearly understands the gravity of the loss of a human life.
So
that's
I will
good.
say this is probably before, depending on what actually happened.
It became clear that someone was dead. Okay.
But the point is that this is exactly what Kadzo wanted, was this attention.
Right. Yeah, they seem pumped.
They seem pumped and also deranged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't how I'd envisioned them speaking at all. It's sort of very almost calming. They seem very, very calm in their tone of voice.
Yeah.
I mean, calm, but I don't know. I see an edge to them, but maybe that's just me reading.
Yeah.
So do we know more detail about what happened with that person who died?
So I don't want to mention the name of the person. This
right.
was.
Yeah. This is a minor too, right?
This is
18.
The person who was killed, who's dead now, was not the 16-year-old. The 16-year-old was already in state custody.
Oh, okay, good.
A few weeks ago, I believe.
Wow.
This is according to what the group has said and other survivors that I've spoken with. This is an 18-year-old who the group took in off of the street. This is a kid, who wanted to be a rapper, who had dreams. Who, according to Black Hammer's own media, they made this person their Minister of Defense.
That's a good job for an 18-year-old.
Who's dead now because of this group.
Yeah.
Potentially from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, which that is the case, came about because of Kadzo putting that 18-year-old in this situation.
Yeah.
So Dirty South Right Watch broke the news. They have a really good thread that I also recommend about.
They do have a good thread.
This happening. It seems like the local news, they started covering the story in the AM when it was happening, but didn't quite make the connection. Yeah, there's one article that's out there from a local news site that just interviews Ghazi Kadzo, homeowner of the house.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that happens. One of the members of the group is immediately charged and booked. It's a really fucked up situation. There's an unhoused individual who other good activists were in touch with, who are at the house when this happened because this person had no other choice, but it was live outside or go with Black Hammer.
Oh God!
Went through all of this happening, and then was still unhoused after all this happened. Kadzo was arrested and booked. The charges didn't come out until about an hour before we started recording. The charges are 2 counts of participation in street gang activity, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 2 accounts of kidnapping, 2 accounts of false imprisonment, 2 accounts of conspiracy to commit a crime, and I'm going to talk about this one account of sodomy, which in Georgia, the sodomy law refers to non-consensual oral or anal sex or oral and anal sex performed with a minor.
Ooh. Got you. So one way or the other, they are being accused of sexual assault.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other person arrested was charged with the same crimes, except not sodomy, officer obstruction instead, presumably because they fled. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now.
Cool. Well,
that's rough.
Yeah, it's a pretty bleak story, but
I don't know. At this point, we will probably be hearing more as this case blows up, and there's always the chance that, the right's going to wind up adopting it to try to, make it into a left-wing bad kind of deal. So
they already have.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what kind of legs it gets. But it's important to understand both what's happening here, because a person is dead and a lot of people have been hurt, and also kind of broadly the trends that are at play here, the way like cult dynamics can intersect with radical politics, I think is important for people to be aware of, because this kind of thing isn't going to get less common as shit continues to unravel.
Yeah. And if there's some takeaways, if someone can leave this with, a few points, that the people who were in this group they were victims in this situation. They were preyed upon by this abusive person because they were in a vulnerable state. This could happen to anyone who falls on hard times, who has a bad enough day, and then someone comes in and offers them this, that they say yes. The other thing is to know about groups that are out there before you get involved. Do your research, listen to voices that might be critical of the group, and know what you're getting yourself into. There are other ostensibly leftist groups out there who, while not as abusive as Black Hammer, have cases of abuse coming out of them that gets covered up.
Yeah, it might be good for us just to suggest that if folks, find themselves in a difficult situation, or someone they know is in one of these situations, like maybe we can link to some resources in the notes or something.
Yeah. Problem is there aren't.
Yeah, go ahead.
A ton. Yeah.
There's not
a whole lot of good resources.
There was a book that was recommended to me that I've been trying to find.
It's probably Stephen Hassan's book, which Hassan is also, he's an expert in the field, but he's also the guy who talked about how tranny hypno mind control porn was called.
Yeah, he's problematic. Yeah. Look, I mean, part of the reason that this is such a problem is that there's very little in terms of good resources or good writing. One of the things that is like, there's good writing analyzing cults. Very little of it will give you much that's useful in terms of how to get people out of cults, for a couple of reasons, including the fact that, as we talked about earlier, what makes people vulnerable? People aren't vulnerable to cults broadly, usually. I know there's a certain subset of people, but like, as a general rule, people who get trapped in a cult get trapped in a specific cult because it is something that they are specifically vulnerable to. And so if you don't, like, it's more or less a matter of, like, if you want to get someone out of a cult, are you close with that person? Like, are they someone that you know? Are they someone that you have a deep relationship with? Because if so, like, that relationship and the care that you have for them is primarily the thing that is most likely to eventually help them get out, which doesn't mean it's a magic bullet, but like, there's no reliable way to get people out of cults.
Yep. I'm I do 12-step recovery stuff for different reasons, but the closest analogy that I can think of is dealing with someone who's abusing drugs and alcohol in your life. You can't force anyone to stop. You can't make anyone leave. When people talk about cult deprogramming, what that entails is kidnapping someone and then putting them through more abuse. So there isn't a magic bullet.
Yeah, a lot of extremely problematic shit gets offered to people who understandably are concerned for their friends or family members and just want to help.
The best time to get someone out of a cult is before they join, is to raise awareness about abuse in communities, and share that information and take these things seriously. I truly believe so much of how this was able to happen is because people were just laughing at them and didn't take it seriously, that this could get someone killed, that this was ruining lives. That's still happening. People are treating this as a joke. It's not.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things, if you're like, I don't know, a parent or somebody who otherwise works with or interfaces with or is raising young people, and you're trying to think about how you can make them less vulnerable to this, it is a mix of educating them about cults and not in a way that's like laughing or mocking or talking about how silly it is, but actually discussing the very real reasons why people fall in for this stuff, because that's that's one of the most important things. It's the same as COVID, really. One of the most important things for protecting yourself is not thinking that you're immune, which is a natural thing. Most people who have fallen into cults earlier in their life when they heard about cults said, well, that's stupid as hell. I would never get trapped in something like that. And then they did. And that's basically 100% of cult membership, you know? Because, yeah.
If I can recommend some resources for parents.
Of course.
Shannon Foley Martinez, who is on Twitter, was involved in extreme right skinhead stuff and left it and has committed her life to helping people leave extremist movements. The same things, that are going to make someone easily preyed upon by a cult and by an extremist group. Those are the same things. And Shannon has some good resources out there. She has a Patreon as well. The resources are available for free. You don't need to join on her Patreon.
Awesome. Yeah, Shannon is awesome. And other than that, don't try to avoid falling for a cult, except for, this podcast. Keep listening to this podcast. Make it the center of your life.
Have no friends other than us. Form parasocial relationships with us.
Uh-huh. Well, we're the only people you can trust. I think that's clear. Yeah.
Would you like to plug anything before we cut you off here, Thomas?
Yeah. I'm at Twitter at W_F_Thomas. Don't be weird on Twitter. Have empathy for the people around you. I'm also going to plug Cash to unhoused people because they know what best can help them.
Yeah. Fucking provide people with options for housing so that they're not left having a cult be the best thing they can do. But yeah.
Yep. On that happy note, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Check in on your friends. Don't just abandon people when they're in difficult times.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Simpson and Shane Simpson from the Legally Brunette podcast.
Each week, we're bringing you true crime through a legal lens.
Whether you want all the facts on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, or you still need to wrap your head around the Diddy verdict, we're breaking it all down step by step.
And we're not just lawyers, we're also husband and wife. It makes for some pretty entertaining episodes.
Listen to Legally Brunette on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Ryder Strong with a podcast called The Red Weather.
In 1995, my neighbor, Anna Trainer, disappeared from a commune.
It was nature and trees and praying and drugs.
So no, I am not your guru.
And back then, I lied to everybody.
They have had this case for 30 years.
I'm going back to my hometown to uncover the truth.
You can now binge all episodes of The Red Weather on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ever feel like you're being chased by the marriage police? Welcome to Boys and Girls, the podcast where dating isn't dating. Arranged marriage is basically a reality show, except the contestants are strangers and your entire family is judging. You're sipping coffee with one maybe, grabbing dinner with another, and praying your karmic Ken or Barbie appears before your shelf life runs out. Trust me, I've been through this ancient and unshakable tradition. I jumped in hoping to find love the right way, and instead I found chaos, cringe, and comedy. And now I'm looking for healing. Boys and Girls dives into every twist and turn of the arranged marriage carousel. The meet awkward, the near misses, the heartbreak, and let's not forget all the jokes. Listen to Boys and Girls on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Roald Dahl, the writer who thought up Willy Wonka, Matilda, and the BFG. But did you know he was also a spy?
Was this before he wrote his stories? It must have been.
Our new podcast series, The Secret World of Roald Dahl, is a wild journey through the hidden chapters of his extraordinary, controversial life.
His job was literally to seduce the wives of powerful Americans.
What?
And he was really good at it.
You probably won't believe it either.
Okay, I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you, the guy was a spy.
Did you know Dahl got cozy with the Roosevelts, played poker with Harry Truman, and had a long affair with a congresswoman. And then he took his talents to Hollywood, where he worked alongside Walt Disney and Alfred Hitchcock before writing a hit James Bond film. How did this secret agent wind up as the most successful children's author ever? And what darkness from his covert past seeped into the stories we read as kids? The true story is stranger than anything he ever wrote. Listen to The Secret World of Roald Dahl on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It could happen. It could happen here. That was my Robert Evans impression.
Nice job, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Hopefully that wasn't an assault on your eardrums, but here we are. Here we are. I am Andrew, and this is It Could Happen Here, and this is the podcast where we talk about stuff that happen in places, and I'll be guest hosting this episode. This is the Andrewism segment, where I talk about whatever comes to mind.
Crushed it.
So, I'd like to open up this episode with a question. Honestly, genuinely, how are you all doing?
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Not the best time inside this country or really around the world. So yeah, I would say not ideal.
Not ideal.
Yeah, everything bad is happening and also being compounded that I have been once again awoken at a genuinely egregiously early hour by someone pounding a hammer about 8 inches from my head, which is fun and good and cool.
Sounds
without context. Without context, that'll be a wild thing to say.
I am giving no context about this. This is literally true.
So yeah, basically, it's like that, but for everything.
Yeah,
I respect that. Not ideal is the perfect explanation.
Yeah, not ideal. Personally, I feel like I'm, constantly being pulled in a bunch of different directions, and it's exhausting. And I mean, just to say up front, I do have the privilege of having more control over my workday than a lot of other people do. And that's not something I take lightly. I'm very appreciative of that. Shout out to my Patreon supporters. But, between all my online responsibilities and my offline responsibilities and obligations and demands on my time, it really is not easy. And that's not even getting into the social and political state of the world right now, to quote Jaden Smith,
That's something I think we can all relate to on some level.
Yeah. I mean, some weeks are much harder than others, but the through line has been stress. And that is the subject of today's episode.
That's so stressful that we're going to talk about stress. Let's do it.
Yeah. A discussion about stress. It really could happen here. Stress is not something that's new to me, or really to most people. Me personally, my personality is very much lending itself to that sort of outcome, because I'm constantly spinning a bunch of plates at the same time, and every time I drop one or I put one down, I pick up the next one, and I'm not very good at relaxing, usually. I've basically been going non-stop for a long, long time. And I'm not alone, because 43% of adults suffer from chronic stress, and 75 to 90% of doctors' visits are stress-related. And it's trash. You feel it in your skin, in your muscle, in your bones. I remember this one time when I was working at that same winery I was talking about in a recent episode I was in. And I was just sharing my experience. It really felt like my blood was running to water. I was barely eating, I wasn't getting enough water, I wasn't being perfectly hydrated, and it was just going.
We call that a reverse Jesus when you're
I mean, I think when Jesus was stabbed, he did bleed water for some reason.
Sure did.
So, yeah. Tree rings, they tell a story. And I think our bodies tell a story as well. And for a lot of us, that story is stress. Whether because of events or thoughts or circumstances that lead to frustration or anger or nervousness, we're dealing with stress. What would you guys say is some of your like main stress triggers?
I was gonna say family.
Most of it's probably work related,
Yeah.
based on the type of things I surround myself with for over 12 hours a day.
Yeah, I think for me it's work, and then it's a lot of just sort of like personal life stuff I have to do stuff, which is just like I'm trying to move right now, and that's like incredibly stressful. And yeah, and
That's
also
right.
medical stuff. That's been
Medical stuff for sure.
holy hell. Yeah,
We are excited that Chris is finally moving out of the hammer factory
That's
into
true.
into the electric drill factory. So the audio will still be a bit weird.
I mean, look,
But-
if it's anything like college, it'll be 12 hours a day of a guy with a jackhammer directly below my window, which you'll all get to hear an incredibly large amount of, and it's going to be great.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
That is.
I mean, I
the
think that's a
goal.
perfect encapsulation of exactly the topic we're talking about. It's like a jackhammer on your brain, constantly. I mean, that's not the only form of stress. I mean, there's a stress that comes from like loss, stress that comes from like social drift, stress that comes from like this consumerist rat race, mental illness, just general uncertainty and change and grief and guilt and trauma. The 9-to-5 dictatorship that a lot of people are subject to. And of course, climate change. Good old climate change. I think more and more people need to realize, though, is that stress is a symptom of like systemic violence. When we are dealing with these headaches and sleep problems and muscle pains and digestive problems and sex problems and blood pressure issues and moodiness and restlessness and demotivation and irritability and substance abuse and all these other responses and consequences, it's just the outcome of daily systemic violence, of the way that this system deprives us of support and care, that how it atomizes us, how it controls us and really squeezes us for what we're worth. I mean, this is not to say that, like, there's no stress outside of capitalism or that stress is a capitalist invention. Absolutely not. I mean, stress in small doses could be a good indicator in certain survival situations that you need to change your situation. Motivation to act, But under capitalism, is really pathological. And yet, you gotta keep playing normal. You have to keep on pretending that everything is okay. I mean, we all know how deeply unhealthy this society is, how deeply unequal the society is, how many people are dealing with stress-related illnesses, how many people are dealing with like hypervigilance, how we are constantly scanning this urban jungle for threats, for of insecurity and decimation of public life and of entire economies and sectors. And it's like we're held in captivity. I will say one thing, and that is that while capitalism produces a lot of stress, it also alleviates stress by producing an economy organized around the production and circulation of addictive substances and practices, of all these different vices that people pick up. I mean, if you look at the roots of capitalism and how capitalism really funded itself initially through the plantation economies in the Caribbean and the rest of the Americas, growing like sugar and tobacco and producing all these spirits and chocolate and coffee. The thing that helped bring capitalism to fruition and helped fund industrial capitalism is the thing that people are using to self-medicate in response to the effects of the now global capitalist dominance. And people love off their chocolate and their coffee. Personally, I'm not a big fan of coffee. I think it tastes disgusting. But,
yeah,
you know,
me too.
yeah, I tried it once and it was like, it tastes like the sensation of burning. You know, I just wasn't having it. I like the smell for some reason, like the smell of coffee beans, but the actual taste is like, nah. And surprisingly, I actually used to not like chocolate as a child. It's only when I matured my taste buds that I actually came around to it, ironically. And of course, we don't think of these things as, you know, vices or medications, but they're like small pleasures that, you know, help us get through our day. Practically everybody is some level of alcoholic these days. And of course, there's social media, which is like algorithmically tailored and tuned to keep us on it, to keep us like it basically like a puppet master controls the highs and lows of our emotions on a daily basis.
It basically functions as an addictive drug. The drug is caused by chemical reactions in your own brain, but it's manipulating your brain into causing that to happen. But it's a very similar addictive process that has, like, you know, a reward system. You know, that's why, like, around a decade ago, a lot of social media companies changed their loading style to be like, you like scroll it down and it flicks back up, which was specifically
like a slot machine.
It was specifically copying a slot machine because it's like an addictive pattern that's ingrained into what we find pleasurable. So it's all like, none of this probably isn't new information to a lot of people, but like, it's all obviously very intentional the way it's designed to be extremely addictive.
Yeah, and this is just like what like most of gaming is now too, where it's like, I mean, okay, like you're playing a video game, right?
Loot
it was never
boxes.
not casual. Yeah, but like, yeah, it now literally, like the revenue model of the gaming industry is selling gambling to children.
You know, that is my one complaint about casinos, is that 8-year-olds couldn't spend thousands of dollars of their parents' money on skins. But now, thanks to the wonders of gaming, 8-year-olds too can basically just live in a casino in their own bedroom all the time.
Modern society.
Okay, there's conflicting accounts about this, but there's a new like free to play Diablo game, and
yes, I heard about that.
The amount of money it would take to get like a max level character in this game, I have seen. Okay, I've the latest calculation I've seen is saying it would take over $500,000. The lowest range calculation of how much it would cost I've seen was about $50,000. It's probably at least $100,000 to literally get the highest level character in these games. It is like this is $500,000.
This problem is exactly This problem is exactly why the only mobile games I play are Sudoku and Minesweeper. And even those have ads.
Yeah.
I did have a brief foray into Among Us though, but that period has ended. And plus, this is also why I tend to, you know, sail the high seas, if you know what I'm saying. The funny thing is that we don't have to do this. And I mean, it's kind of obvious. It's kind of like, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, it doesn't need to be said, but it also kind of needs to be said. That we built this society, and as people within it, we do have the power to change it. We don't have to work as much as we do. We don't have to, you know, structure and attend school the way that we do. I mean, even under capitalism, there are people who are starting to shift from that 8-hour workday, which we had to fight for, a lot of people died for, to, you know, 3 to 6 hours a day, or 4 hours per day. It depends. I think that one experiment was like 6-hour days, 4 days a week or something like that. But despite, you know, studies coming out and saying that humans can only be so productive in a certain period of time, uninterrupted, it doesn't matter. Despite the fact that productivity decreases, it's not like productivity rises with the amount of hours you work. It doesn't matter. I mean, I remember when I was working in an insurance company, I was a paper pusher, just like scanning documents and uploading documents and then scanning some more documents and then uploading those documents. And then every once in a while I got to print documents. Exciting. But I was dealing with like a backlog of documents, and I was typically able to get like a decent chunk of the work done within like the first 2 to 3 hours, as in like having it fully sorted, scanned, uploaded, completed, but unfortunately I had to be there for 8 hours. And so I had to drag out my day, typically by listening to like the Communist Manifesto and audiobook, or the Conquest of Bread and audiobook. But I had to find things to do to like make myself look busy, or to like divvy up my tasks and extend them and artificially stretch them out. Because instead of doing this BS job, instead of not doing this BS job at all, or instead of doing this BS job based on tasks completed rather than time spent, I had to rely on the time spent and the contractual hours, and of course the pay was terrible, but I mean, that's expected at this point. But the whole point is really to like squeeze all our time and energy so that we're stressed out, so that we don't have any leisure, so that we look for convenience, and convenience is profitable. I mean, who really has the energy to fight for their rights when they don't even have the energy to cook a meal when they get home? And it wasn't always like this. The social bond was broken by capitalism and replaced with the bond to money. And until we like sever that bond, nothing's going to change. So the question is, how can we address stress, right? And so capitalism has an answer. And then there's like an actual, proper, real, systemic answer. I mean, personally, I deal with stress by just not thinking about it. But, I mean, what do you guys do?
Be really sad.
Now I'm talking about like mitigation strategies, like
I don't know, like when it's nice out, like I go take walks.
Walks are nice.
Yeah, I have a shark that I got from somewhere that's like, it's like the foam, like the squishy foam material, but it's a shark. It rules.
Do you have an IKEA shark, Chris?
No. It's one of these little, it's one of these like it's like a stress ball, but it's a shark.
We're about to just yeah, that's very funny.
No, I don't have a whatever I don't know what the
Bladja.
I don't know that language.
I don't know how to say it either.
Incomprehensible.
I don't know. I've been trying to get back into doing more parkour training when I'm stressed, but honestly, it's a lot of the time I just do stuff that I know I'm capable of, which oftentimes is the same things that kind of caused me to get stressed in the first place. Looking at nonsense propaganda, writing about it, writing about like different like philosophies around doomerism, and like, because those are things my brain can just do with little effort. So it's almost peaceful in a way,
almost therapeutic.
Yeah, it's bizarre because in some ways you would think that these things are what's causing me to have problems, but also in a lot of ways it kind of calms me down. To look at a whole bunch of this type of thing, or to write about it, or to like try to like, just do like formatting inside like a Google Doc about it. I don't know. It's like sorting out the stuff. It's almost like there's this idea. This is like thing called knolling. It's when you get a whole bunch of stuff out on the floor and you sort it into piles. It's done with like Lego a lot. If you dump a giant like box of Lego, of all these different Lego pieces. If you're going to knoll them, you're going to take all the pieces that are like the same color or size and sort them into their little places. I kind of do that, but with like ideas, and with writing projects. I dump out all the things I'm currently thinking about into like a spreadsheet or a Google Doc and sort them into related topics. Be like, okay, here's how this thing leads into this thing, and it's like that kind of like organizational thing.
Right.
So like how organizing is kind of like a therapeutic thing. So it's like I can do that with all of the random stuff floating around in my brain. Sometimes I'll try to like just sort it out, even if it doesn't get turned into like a work project. It's still like it's like an external way to sort out my thoughts.
Right. Sophie?
I have a dog.
Very good dog.
I have a dog. We listen to music. We go outside. We like to go to the park and listen to music outside. You know. That's the basics. I work a lot. But work is also like, if I don't work, I'm more stressed. If that
Exactly. Yeah, I definitely relate to. I relate to that, which is.
Which makes me sound like a lapdog for capitalism.
I know, right? Like, it's not something I'm like proud of, but also like, you know, I'm lucky enough to not.
I think that's indicative of the problem, right? Like, it's not that people don't necessarily like to work, don't necessarily like to labor. The issue is like not having autonomy over it, you know?
Because I mean, if
imposed.
Most of the things I do for work now are things that I've been doing for years unpaid because I was just interested in them. So, you know, if we're talking about theorizing about like a post-work world, yeah, people are still going to do all kinds of shit. Obviously, there's questions around, you know, tasks which are not the most fun to do, as we've had discussions on like anti-work stuff before. But for a lot of stuff, everyone has little interests and little skills that they find kind of slightly therapeutic. And also, like, you know, it's in terms of tasks that no one wants to do. Like, I fixed my own plumbing in my bathtub a few weeks ago because my landlord's not going to do that. So, like, you know, people, when you have to do something, you kind of become capable of it.
That's fair. I think one of the most popular responses to, like, the stresses capitalism imposes is, like, this concept of self-care. You know, this way of escaping from the grind of it all and dealing with, you know, with issues by, like, getting to bed early and eating well and physical exercise, which I've been doing a lot of lately. You know, Buff Andrew Rock and all that.
We're gonna have to change your little drawing into like the Chad version.
Well, I actually did that recently.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's lovely. You know, there's things like journaling and meditation and yoga and all that jazz.
I mean,
never really got into meditation because I tried it a couple of times, and every time I do, I kind of fall asleep.
I definitely do some meditation stuff, but that's just kind of slightly part of my like metaphysics interest. And I mean, also like in terms of like self-care practices in that vein that can help you kind of relax. There's obviously stuff like, you know, mushrooms or MDMA, which if done in, you know, proper, you know, it's spaced out, not doing them all the time, but doing them at certain intervals, can definitely be therapeutic in their own way.
Audre Lorde, one of the foremost Black feminist scholars of our time, once said, and I return to this quote a lot, caring for myself is not an act of self-indulgence. It is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. Self-care used to mean preserving yourself in a world hostile to your very identity, community, way of life. It meant not working yourself to an early grave, you know, practicing saying no, and being mindful of your sensitivities and triggers. And then, you know, as white corporate feminism does, white corporate feminism appropriated it and turned it into a industry now worth a staggering $11 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, now self-care, when people think of self-care, it's all about indulgent cosmetics and luxurious spa days and overpriced candles and going on expensive holidays and
subscriptions to social media apps that are about like, and it's turned into this own like grifting industry almost, like the self-care industry. There's like self-care influencers and self-care content creators, and like it's just like it just gets It gets the same icky derealization feeling that everything else under capitalism is slowly getting.
Yeah, I mean, they even have like their own self-care fonts. Like if you notice, a lot of self-care content has a very specific visual style.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I mean, hashtag self-care on Instagram is just like a bottomless scroll of graphics and product placements, and
it just makes me feel kind of unsettled. It kind of has this like uncanny aspect to it.
Yeah, because it's almost as if self-care is inaccessible to those who is created to help the most.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, the fundamental part of the uncanny is that disconnect where the gap between the phenomenon and the thing is really big, and you can't really understand why it's uncanny. But if you think about it, it's because that gap between the thing and what it's supposed to be doing is so large. So yeah, this thing that's supposed to help all these people is now a white millennial like middle upper class like aesthetic now. And that sucks.
Exactly. I mean, these days, the people, like, it's mostly a salve for, like, white-collar workers whose jobs also suck them of their time, energy, and creativity. But the people who actually, the blue-collar workers, they often don't have the time or money to be able to invest in themselves in that way. Self-care and workaholism are basically two sides of the same coin, right? It's preserve yourself so you can produce more. It's a solution to capitalism within capitalism. The solution doesn't actually alleviate the conditions of stress, but lines pockets and fuels the economic system that creates it in the first place. I mean, if you're selling self-care, it helps that you've got a constant supply of customers living in perpetual anxiety and unwellness. Rather than a means of resistance to the system, it's been weaponized by the system. It's become this performative thing where you put on this image of put togetherness where you carefully curate your feed and your Instagram stories and your highlights, and it is an individualized solution to systemic issues. It's like the system telling you to calm down while it continues to denigrate and exploit you. None of these things address stress systematically. I'm not saying that it's necessarily bad to address stress individually, because everybody has their own personal conditions. But without dealing with the broader material conditions, without addressing people's lack of free time, lack of access to social connection, lack of access to housing and healthy food and affordable medical care, it misses the point. And I haven't read much in the field of, I believe there are some anarchists who spend a lot of time writing and talking about it, but I haven't read much in the field of like psychotherapy and that sort of thing. But it's kind of a realization I've made that therapy is basically focusing on fixing an individual to adjust to a sick society rather than healing the society itself, fixing the society itself.
I mean, so much about therapy is about, addressing things that are impairing your functionality to complete your work. Yeah, like it's all the base of mental healthness is it inhibiting you from doing your job, and that's when it becomes a problem. And the only way to solve it is through what deems a success is if you're able to complete your job at a high level of functioning again. So it's not actually about your mental state. It's about how much you can produce under the capitalist framework.
Yeah. And I mean, not to say that medication doesn't have a tremendous benefit in people's lives and, helping them get back on track and take control of their circumstances. But, when you have a society that has distress and misery and loneliness woven into it, into its core, trying to adjust people and adapt people to that is just responding to sickness with more sickness. And me, I like to try and keep things on the practical, helpful, positive side. It could happen here. And genuinely with a smiling face, like it could happen here. And so I just wanted to put forward some recommendations, I guess. I mean, obviously, we can't afford to wait until capitalism has been abolished to be happy. That's just ridiculous. I mean, that's a long-term cure for a lot of the maladies and issues people are facing. But in the meantime, understanding the roots of our stress in these systems can make the personal political and drive us to act and connect with people who can support us. I think that in organizing spaces, there needs to be special attention put towards creating support groups that allow for solidarity to be built, allowing people to share their feelings and work through the challenges together. Self-care kind of frames things in a way that makes it seem as though healing is done on an individual level when healing is communal. Like, you don't have to go through all this alone. Healing is an act of communion, and the world must be forced to change to reflect that. We recognize that we have each other, and recognize that self-care and community care are inextricably linked. And once those facts are at the forefront, once we put communal care at the forefront, outside of the claws of the market, accessible to all, I think we can find hope. And it can start with something as simple as just reaching out, grabbing groceries or doing dishes or watching kids. A lot of the care work that is swept to the side when we think about organizing and what it means to organize. But whether in your home or in your neighborhood or at work or at school, because I think especially in neighborhood settings, developing that sense of neighborliness could certainly help. Even something like a community garden, and being able to connect with nature again, or at all for the first time, can really help. Life hard, and we don't have to make it harder for each other. So you can follow me on Twitter, @_St. Drew, on YouTube.com/Andrewism, Patreon.com/St. Drew, and I have been your host of It Could Happen Here. Peace.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Simpson and Shane Simpson from the Legally Brunette podcast.
Each week, we're bringing you true crime through a legal lens.
Whether you want all the facts on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, or you still need to wrap your head around the Diddy verdict, we're breaking it all down step by step.
And we're not just lawyers, we're also husband and wife. It makes for some pretty entertaining episodes.
Listen to Legally Brunette on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Ryder Strong with a podcast called The Red Weather.
In 1995, my neighbor, Anna Trainer, disappeared from a commune.
It was nature and trees and praying and drugs.
So no, I am not your guru.
And back then, I lied to everybody.
They have had this case for 30 years.
I'm going back to my hometown to uncover the truth.
You can now binge all episodes of The Red Weather on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ever feel like you're being chased by the marriage police? Welcome to Boys and Girls, the podcast where dating isn't dating. Arranged marriage is basically a reality show, except the contestants are strangers and your entire family is judging. You're sipping coffee with one maybe, grabbing dinner with another, and praying your karmic Ken or Barbie appears before your shelf life runs out. Trust me, I've been through this ancient and unshakable tradition. I jumped in hoping to find love the right way, and instead I found chaos, cringe, and comedy. And now I'm looking for healing. Boys and Girls dives into every twist and turn of the arranged marriage carousel. The meet awkward, the near misses, the heartbreak, and let's not forget all the jokes. Listen to Boys and Girls on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Roald Dahl, the writer who thought up Willy Wonka, Matilda, and the BFG. But did you know he was also a spy?
Was this before he wrote his stories? It must have been.
Our new podcast series, The Secret World of Roald Dahl, is a wild journey through the hidden chapters of his extraordinary, controversial life.
His job was literally to seduce the wives of powerful Americans.
What?
And he was really good at it.
You probably won't believe it either.
Okay, I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you, the guy was a spy.
Did you know Dahl got cozy with the Roosevelts, played poker with Harry Truman, and had a long affair with a congresswoman? And then he took his talents to Hollywood, where he worked alongside Walt Disney and Alfred Hitchcock before writing a hit James Bond film. How did this secret agent wind up as the most successful children's author ever? And what darkness from his covert past seeped into the stories we read as kids? The true story is stranger than anything he ever wrote. Listen to The Secret World of Roald Dahl on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's It Could Happen Here, a podcast about usually bad things happening, all the bad things that are happening everywhere, but occasionally about good things happening and people doing cool stuff to make a better world. And this, lucky you, lucky all of us, happens to be one of the latter kinds of episodes where we talk about good things happening. With me in the studio, which is more of an ephemeral concept than a physical studio because there's a plague going on, is James Stout and Garrison Davis, co-hosting the podcast. Hello, fellas.
Greetings.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Robert.
Now, today, the thing that we're talking about, we had about a week or so, 2 weeks ago, a couple of representatives from the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club in Dallas, Texas, come in. And they had been providing armed security at a couple of different Dallas area protests against Christian nationalists. I do recommend checking out those episodes. This week, we have one representative from that organization back on. And what we'll be talking about is there have been a series of attempted sweeps in Dallas at a homeless camp. And if you're not familiar with the concept, basically, people who are experiencing homelessness set up encampments in order to live with some degree of comfort and have, their stuff with them. These are generally in places like parks, under overpasses, that kind of situation. And periodically, the city will come through and sweep them. The city's language is always very much focused towards we're trying to help them get into some sort of situation where they can find help. But what usually winds up happening is the city takes a bunch of people's stuff and throws it in the trash, often before extreme weather events. It's a really gnarly thing to experience. And activists in a number of cities have experimented with different tactics to try and stop and delay sweeps. And what we've had happening lately over the last week in Dallas is representatives of the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club have been showing up armed alongside activists with Say It With Your Chest Dallas. And the kind of thing that's been spreading on Twitter is, of course, the fact that activists have shown up with guns to stop the sweeps, and the Dallas police have not shown up to do the sweeps. The thing that often gets missed in this kind of Twitter-level discourse, although is covered in a pretty good Dallas Morning News article on the subject, is that there have also been activists, as I said, from the Say It With Your Chest movement who have been showing up to help people, to provide laundry service, transportation, food, and water. And essentially what they've been doing is trying to help people get things together and organize to move to a new location in a manner that allows them to do so with dignity and comfort and not get their stuff thrown out by the city or experience violence from the police while it's happening. So that is the broad situation. I'm not going to say any more myself. I want to introduce Danny from Say It With Your Chest Dallas and Bubble from the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club. Thank you both for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having us.
Was that a broadly accurate summary of events?
Yeah, for the most part, the city has actually been sweeping several. They're cracking down on houselessness right now.
Right.
Very, very aggressive. And so it's not just that one camp that we were defending the other day, but the Monday before we were defending another camp. And I've never seen this many sweeps happen at one time. And I've been doing this for a little over 2 years now.
I want to actually go a little bit into how your organization formed, but before that, do you have any can you posit why the city has suddenly ramped up sweeps so aggressively in Dallas?
So normally I'm talking to the residents. I've never seen it happen multiple times in a week. Usually they'll do one, wait a little bit, we'll hear a notice upon another one. a couple months later or something, but multiple in a week at different spots is definitely new to us. As for why, the typical reasons are like, the state fair comes up in October, so they'll try to sweep then, or they'll do it usually before like a housing development, and things like that, where like the land is bought up or, something. But recently, the motivations have been a little bit more unclear with the aggression. It's kind of the city in terms of how they execute sweeps. It used to be that code compliance could not touch people's belongings. Recently, it has shifted to take everything, throw away everything. But yeah, we still don't know why all this is happening yet.
It is certainly like part of a nationwide trend because we're having the same things happen in Portland increasingly, and obviously Portland and Dallas aren't the only cities where sweeps have been ramped up. And of course, you also have, I just ran across the article today that like there's discussion in certain cities about like, somewhere in Florida about like putting houseless people in like essentially an island compound and whatnot, like basically like a concentration camp, right?
Yeah. That's been also mentioned by people affiliated with like the Portland City Council and the mayor's office as like essentially getting a concentrated collection of homeless people in one closed off area, and you're like, I wonder what they mean by that.
Yeah, it's unsettling. So I'm curious because obviously I think what y'all are doing in Dallas right now is extremely important, and you've been having a lot of success so far. I wanted to talk a little bit about how your organization, because we chatted with the John Brown Gun Club folks a couple of weeks ago about how they started organizing. How did Say It With Your Chest get off the ground?
So that was interesting. Say It With Your Chest originally started, along with a lot of orgs and mutual aid orgs in Dallas, after George Floyd was murdered back in June of like 2020. We started, I was in Plano at the time, which is like a suburb.
That's where I grew up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was in Plano at the time, and me and my friends were kind of like, these suburban people can turn off their TVs and not really have to worry about the protests going on downtown and things like that. So we would protest on street corners and just yell at, white people in their Mercedes and, make them uncomfortable on purpose. Then we started linking up with other mutual aid orgs in Dallas and, was distributing food, trying to carry that stuff up north. And then we, I started going to Camp Rhonda, which was like probably the first and like, it was a very solid example of a self-sustaining houseless encampment where people were just allowed to be and left alone. We're helping people, a lot of them in recovery and things like that. And everyone looked out for each other. It was a really great community before this.
That was such a rad project. Not to derail it too much, but I want to tell you guys about Camp Rhonda.
Yeah,
like
please.
A politically organized unhouseless camp. The outside organizers were there every day helping. The camp itself was organized amongst themselves. They had political theory meetings. They had community meetings to solve issues and resolve interpersonal problems.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking rad. And it stayed together for 9 months.
It lasted for a minute. I know it was it was over 6, I believe, but it lasted for a while at one location, and then it had to move. And then the next location we ended up moving all the people to, they stayed there for a solid 10 months before the city sold the land in like some under the table deal and showed up and swept everybody.
It reminds me quite a bit of a place I worked at in Seattle for a while, Nicholsville, which was a plot of land a couple of acres large where houseless people had set up, basically built like a tiny home village for themselves. They'd provided solar power. They had arranged their own like trash pickup. It was safe and very well organized and very comfortable, like an actual fairly high standard of living. Good level, like good wastewater treatment and all that kind of stuff, which existed for a couple of years before the city came in and swept it and destroyed everybody's houses and forced them, into, again, kind of a series of camping situations.
Yeah.
Which is, you get these, it's very frustrating because there's this understanding that, like, well, we want them in, part of the understanding you get from a number of cities is like, well, we do want them in one place and we want them in something that's more permanent than, a bunch of tents. But if they set that up on their own and have autonomy and have the ability to, like, exist with any kind of personal freedom, then we don't want that. And we will send armed men in to break it up.
Yeah, like the city's like, oh yeah, well, I genuinely do not think the city of Dallas wants to house people. Otherwise, the Office of Homeless Solutions simply would not exist, and they wouldn't have a way to just have money sitting around. And all those people would lose their jobs, because it's not housing people, people are like, how do you do that? It's not hard. It's not difficult. The city is spending, $2 billion on renovating the convention center. That could house every houseless person in Dallas for years,
But then we wouldn't be able to have all of the wonderful things. As someone who lived in Dallas 15 years, I can remember one, maybe even two times when I went to the convention center. What would we do?
Yeah, I think maybe one time.
Yeah.
But what's wrong with it? To where we had, it's Dallas prioritizes developers over anything else. And that is more than apparent in how they treat the houseless population. They're definitely, because it's like, my problem, right? Okay, if the city is going to do sweeps, that's something that I can't really necessarily stop them from doing on my own.
Right.
But we can mitigate and alleviate some of the effects of, but when the city is sweeping people in the heat like this, or in the cold, elderly, disabled people, it's like, y'all really are just telling them to die.
Yeah.
And the least you could do, and I've emailed Marcy Jackson, who's the community outreach chair for OHS, and she's been like, well, they can go to the shelter. It's within 3 miles. And I'm like, you're gonna walk 3 miles. You're telling somebody who is elderly and disabled to walk 3 miles in 107-degree heat to get to a cooling station that is only open till 5.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cognitive dissonance in the city.
Just for a little bit of reference too, because we have cooling stations and stuff up in Portland, and you have similar problems. One thing that is a benefit to folks in a place like Oregon is that after 5-6 p.m., when this cooling stations start to cool down, it actually does cool down here. It gets cool at night, even when it's 100 outside. That doesn't happen in Dallas during the summer.
No, it's 99 at night.
Yeah, I've literally had it be triple digits at midnight in fucking Dallas, Texas. That's the place it is.
It doesn't cool down.
No. So it's still a threat to life and limb, even when the sun's not beating down on you.
Yeah.
Sometimes those cooling shelters, I know certainly, here we have a bunch of issues with shelters and cooling shelters and stuff. You don't have privacy, you can't bring your pets, they want you to lock all your possessions up somewhere else. There are a number of other things that really limit people's ability to feel safe accessing. I don't know if it's the same there, but it's not like there's necessarily a place where someone would feel safe and they're not going there. I just want to make that clear.
Pets are a big issue. And this is something that, again, when I was at Nicholsville, people would point out that folks would accuse them of being abusive because they had a cat or a dog, that was living with them in the encampment. And they'd be like, well, number one, it's okay for me to live this way, but it's not okay for a cat or a dog to live this way. And also just do I not deserve companionship and love in my life? This animal is one of the things that helps keep me. And I talked to a number of folks who got back into housing who were like, if we had not had our cat with us, I don't know that we would have made it, because just having that animal with us helped. It's for the same reason everybody has animals, right?
Every single houseless person that has a pet has a service animal, has a that is a service animal as far as I'm concerned. Would you separate somebody who is disabled from their wheelchair, or would you separate somebody from their service animal, their dog that they need, And it's like, when you're out there, I know that a lot of people have dogs for comfort, but also dogs are protection. They are security in such a dangerous environment, where people are always, it is unfathomable how much trauma goes into being houseless, especially in Dallas, in places like Dallas.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask you a little bit. So you have been, is this kind of the first collaboration this last week or so that Say It With Your Chest has had with the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club? Had you guys been working together prior to this?
Yeah. Like I originally met members of Elm Fork when Camp Rhonda first started back in 2020. And we were collaborating on like getting people supplies, tents and things like that. I would run laundry with my org. And like, yeah, we just, always collaborated to make sure like the people could get what they need. If somebody had supplies, someone was able to show up and we couldn't, just working together. Yeah.
And I'm curious, could you kind of walk us through sort of how what you see is the benefit of having folks who are visibly armed for this kind of for these kind of actions? Like how did number one sweep defense tend to work before y'all were doing that, and how has that altered kind of the way in which you're seeing this activism like take effect?
As far as I know, people from members of Elm Fork have always shown up with firearms in some capacity, whether it's concealed or open. But there was a noticeable difference with the open carry. I know that back in February, when one of our other camps was getting swept and they showed up, like afterwards, we had a meeting with the director of Home Solutions, Christine Crosley. She sucks. And boo. She was like, people were like, we were hearing reports of people that were openly armed, and we really care about the safety of like the unhoused residents out there. And I was like, they were more afraid of the cops than of the 5 people out here with rifles. And that's something. It's like, if you're gonna show up with 12 dudes with guns, what's the problem with some of us showing up with like a little something just in case? The state should not be the only one to have access to firearms. That is very dangerous. But also, I don't mean that in a two-way kind of way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That does kind of bring up an interesting point, which is if you're showing up kind of in this capacity with both activists to kind of help folks with their stuff, with laundry and other needs, but also people who are carrying AR-15s and wearing plate carriers. I imagine there's like a degree to which you are trying to give people a heads up before, just so they don't be like, oh, suddenly there's folks with guns. What's going on, right? Can you kind of walk us through the community outreach, explaining sort of like how you actually go about letting people know what's going to be happening and stuff, and what the folks showing up are doing?
Well, when it comes to sweeps, and normally I focus a lot on just making sure that people are okay and defending them. When I do not necessarily like ask for Fork to show up with guns. I'm just more like, I assume if y'all are going to be there, there are going to be.
Sure.
And sometimes usually the residents are like, some of the residents have firearms themselves, so they're like well aware.
Yeah.
There are some cases where like people will get a little bit anxious about it, and we kind of have to be like, if you really don't want the guns here, then that's fine. We can move them. But in the past, with this track record, like usually the city kind of backs off a little bit when they know that y'all are actually protected, because the city's a bully. They really do like picking on people who the most vulnerable of us, you know. And so lately the guns have been seeming to like have them back off a little bit. I know when they pulled up, like when Elm Fork pulled up and hopped out the car with the rifles, all of the cops literally squatted up into like a little, I don't know, pig circle, and they started talking. And they were genuinely like, what do we do? Hold on. Wait, I thought we could only have them, you know?
Yeah, and that's kind of the story as we're coming into it right now, which is there was supposed to be a sweep, what is it, 5 days ago now?
Friday. Yeah, almost a week.
And y'all have been showing up a couple of times in that period to help people get things together and whatnot and get moved, which is an important, the fact that you're helping them kind of move and doing it more in kind of their own time frame as opposed to the city shows up and you've got to like grab what you can or lose everything, is important, because you're not just showing up with activists with guns and saying like the city, we're not going to let any, like no one's going to move, and we're drawing a line in the sand, which would not be a particularly safe call, I wouldn't think.
Yeah. My main priority out there, because there's a lot of Black and brown bodies out there, very vulnerable people, is making sure that they are safe. And even before this last one, like a lot of us were concerned about the guns because like we didn't want things to escalate.
Yeah.
And we never know with police. Sometimes they get really excited when the guns are out, and then sometimes they back off. It's really we really don't know. So we were also taking that into consideration. And I was kind of like letting Elm Fork know, like, listen, there's a lot of Black and brown people out here, and we don't want to escalate anything and, you know, put people in danger. And it seems like this time the city didn't really want to mess with that. So that's good. But it's always important to keep that in mind anytime you have firearms.
Yes.
Population.
And I'm curious, Bubble, can you talk a little bit about the how this kind of organizing is sort of different than the stuff you've been doing at counter-protesting events? Like, what are kind of the different things that y'all are keeping in mind as you make action plans for days like this, compared to when, you know, you're showing up at a protest to kind of counter groups of Proud Boys or whatever?
Yeah, it's pretty different in that when we're doing security for marches or protecting Pride events, it's not like a direct confrontation with the government. So it's a bit different. It's a little bit more high stakes. When we do stop the sweep things, you know, we want to push back, but at the same, not be the first to cross any lines. So it is, it is a more sensitive situation. I think it requires a different kind of planning. And of course, there's all these bystanders. There's all of the residents there who were there to help that we don't want to endanger in any way. Like Danny was saying, I actually had what ended up being a pretty cool conversation with a resident afterward. But he was kind of an organizer in the camp, and he was talking to me, and he said, I don't think we want the guns. Like, we don't want any trouble. And I leaned over to him and I whispered to him, look, we're just here with guns to try to get the cops to back off. I think they're actually backing off now, because we had actually just heard the cops were going to leave. I said, I think they're backing off. We're gone. Don't worry about it. And he said, wait, don't leave yet. Wait till they leave.
And now that's I am interested, like, as the actual folks showing up armed, Bubble, do you guys have kind of a like standard set of responses and stuff that you work through ahead of time to kind of explain things to people and make sure everyone's on the same page in terms of how they're doing it?
Yeah, we have some of that worked out. That's an evolving thing where we're trying to standardize.
Yeah.
We've worked a long time with a core group of people that knows each other really well. So we have like seen each other at, dozens of these things, and we know how each other operate. With some newer people coming in, we are working now on kind of standardizing those responses and, sharing our past experiences and our thinking and all that.
Now, question for both / either of you. As you've gotten more into doing sweep defenses, what have been some of kind of the lessons learned, things that have been like, oh, okay, we went into it thinking like this was a good idea, and it turned out that like that doesn't work very well, so we've had to do this, like just things that have kind of best practices that have kind of evolved over time doing this?
Honestly, a lot when tensions are really high like that, because usually when it comes to sweeps, like I'm the one kind of like dealing with a lot of like overseeing and stuff like that. And when tensions are really high like that, honestly, the best thing is harm reduction. Harm reduction is at the pinnacle it's at the core of like whatever we do.
Yeah.
And part of that is meeting people where they're at, and making sure that we help the people. I show up. I shit you not. One of the best things that we started doing is showing up with packs of Newports. On God, it makes it a lot. When you're going through trauma like that, and someone hands you a cigarette, that's something that not only helps you kind of regulate yourself when you're experiencing this high stress situation where you're being evicted from your home and you're going to lose your stuff and you're afraid people are going to steal things, and it's a whole lot. That helps bring people back, and it makes it a lot easier for us to work with people and still maintain the bonds that we've created and maintain the levels of trust that we have with the community. Literally simple things like handing out cigarettes because that's a way that we're like, hey, we're here for you. We know what you need.
Yeah. And we're not here to like judge what's best for you, and do some like nanny state shit. Like you need a cigarette right now, right? Like it's stressful. Yeah.
Not really like, hell, I would need a cigarette too, at that point. There was somebody who was like, you're asking people for Newport, you need to stop doing that. Like, that's really unhealthy. And I thought you were trying to save these people. And it's like, I'm not trying to save anyone, for starters.
Yeah.
We're not Captain America. We're not no Avengers. Okay. We are regular people fulfilling a responsibility. And that responsibility is to be there for our neighbors. That's how movements happen. That's how anything happens. And all of that is rooted in, indigenous communalism and theory and stuff like that I think is really important. Is just fulfilling that responsibility and being there for people.
And when it comes to, because, we always try to provide folks listening in other towns and stuff who may be like inspired by this with options for how they might move forward on trying to replicate some of y'all's successes. If people are looking at, okay, I would like to help do sweep defense, I would like to do, work kind of like this in my own community. How do you recommend, because obviously there's, how to build organizations is another matter, but like if you've got a group together to help folks, how do you recommend kind of starting the process of introducing yourself? Because you can't just like show up and be like, hey, like
just show up with guns and be like, hey, we're going to
certainly not with guns, but
that's what cops do. And it doesn't work. You have to develop a really, really strong rapport with your community first. And you also need to make sure that it's your community. Like, I spent a really long time curating relationships with the unhoused populations of South Dallas. And that took literal years, expecting people to trust you off the bat and expecting people to just like, be like, oh, you're one of the good guys. It's not going to happen, especially if you're white. Like, honestly, if we keeping it a buck, because like there's a whole lot of Black and brown people out there in these vulnerable communities. And usually the white people that they see are the white people who are talking down to them and not treating them as human beings. The main thing that the people out there need most is consistency from you. Even if one day you don't have anything and you can just hand out water there with them and developing community that way. And one of the things that people tell me a lot is that it's been very shocking to me how much I've heard it is people are like, you don't talk to us like how other people talk to us. You talk to us like we're people. And the sheer amount of times I was really shocked by how many times I've actually heard that, because I'm like, I don't really think I talk much differently from anybody else. But then when I go out there and see other people, just random people handing out McGriddles or whatever, there's definitely a switch. Like if you were talking to a pet or to a child, like you pity something. People will not want you around because honestly, they don't want your pity. What they want is bottles of water. If you're just only showing up when shit's going down, you don't actually have the people's trust. And I think if anything, that hurts it a little bit, because it's like, oh, I am only here to make you feel good about yourself. You want to be the one saving everybody. It's like, you got to dismantle your savior complex first before you do anything.
And I think it's good to talk about kind of how these actions actually look on the ground. Because again, the thing that sort of has gone semi-viral on Twitter has been the fact that people with guns stood off the cops. But if you're imagining some sort of big armed standoff, that's not how this has looked, which is the thing I liked about the Dallas Morning News article, which we will...
Do you mean the article or the opinion piece?
Sorry, yes.
What's the title of the article?
I am pulling it up right now just to have that. We'll have it
linked. There's an opinion piece already?
Oh, anytime unhoused people pop up in the discourse, someone is ready to write a get
off
my lawn opinion piece.
Yeah, the article armed activists block Dallas workers from cleaning a homeless camp. That's unacceptable opinion.
That's not the one I was talking about. The one I'm talking about is titled, and it is a news article, Dallas delays moving homeless camp after activists show up, which did a good job of not kind of overemphasizing the armed part and talking about the actual work y'all were doing in the community. I was kind of impressed with it, especially given the Dallas Morning News's most recent, general trends, shall we say.
And considering their opinion piece they published yesterday.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that one. Could you talk a little bit about how these actions have actually looked on the ground during the day of?
Yeah, so on the ground, some people arrived very early, and you really never know when the cops in the city are going to show up. So Elm Fork showed up close to 9, and there were already 4 cops there. And that, that's unfortunate. We probably should have shown up earlier. If we're going to go to protect the other activists, you don't want to leave the unarmed activists exposed to police violence. But either way, we formed up. It was maybe 2 unarmed activists for every armed activist. Mm-hmm. And we discussed what to do. Some people decided to block off the streets with their vehicles. The cops were there for a solid hour and a half before Office of Homeless Solutions and Code Compliance started arriving. So by that time, a good number of armed activists were there, and the cops had been discussing amongst themselves, whatever it is that they were talking about. But when OHS and Code got there, they talked with the cops for about 30 minutes, and then they started leaving. During that time, the unarmed activists were packing things up, getting people ready to move if those people wanted to move. One thing to kind of go back a little bit, one thing that we've learned carrying is it's very difficult to do the same things that we were doing as unarmed activists. We don't really want to be carrying tents and stuff while also trying to negotiate, having a rifle in our arms. So, there's kind of a division of labor there. But, before 2 hours had even passed, basically, the sweep was called off, the city and the cops left, and the mutual aid work continued throughout the rest of the day. Elm Fork had some members switching out. some people had to go to work. Some people arrived around noon. That was kind of the main switch out point. And, a lesser number of people, but still a significant amount, stayed there until 4 or 5 p.m.
Whenever Fort comes with guns, the main thing that I like to have them do is surveillance and be watching, so that way we can focus on having other volunteers actually help people, and like help them move and stuff. And the surveillance definitely helps, because what happens when the cops leave and when the city leaves is that they'll still have people like watching and driving around and trying to surveil us. And so having more eyes on that situation and having them know like, yeah, we're still here is really helpful.
Great. Thank you. Did anybody else have additional questions to ask? James, you had one or two more things?
Yeah, I'm interested in maybe asking Bubble this, because I'm just looking at the pictures on the Dallas Morning News story. And incredibly, they didn't lead with a picture of you all sort of suited and booted in full battle rattle, which I think is good on their part. But how do you present an event like this, right? Like, obviously, I think we should probably mention that, like, I'm guessing it's legal to open carry where you are. Yeah. So you're not like immediately criming and therefore provoking a sort of violent confrontation with the police. Although obviously the police are always turning up armed, and that always brings violence into the equation. But are you like masked? Are you full, like, this person I'm seeing is like masked, helmet, goggles, plate carrier. Is that generally how you present, or is that just left up to individuals, I wonder?
We try to be pretty uniform, but it definitely varies by action. I think the last time we came out armed, we were not in helmets and plate carriers. But, everyone has one now, and we discussed it beforehand. We decided to go that way. We try not to park directly where we're going to get seen, if all possible, because we do need to get out, gear up, walk over in all our stuff. But yeah, I think, for a lot of actions now, including security, that's kind of been our go-to way of presenting. The full masks are very important. We've moved from medical style masks to balaclava style masks just to get more skin coverage, protect our identities better.
Yeah, that makes sense. One other thing I just wanted to ask, and perhaps like explain in a context that might not be relevant in Texas, I don't know. In California, at least, you need 2 proofs of address to own a firearm, right? And if you're unhoused, you might not have those, and therefore people are alienated from what is theoretically their right, whether you want to see that as a universal right or a constitutional right. Is that the case there, or are these people able if they wanted to? Texas doesn't give a fuck.
No. Texas, you don't have to file a 4473 to buy a gun in the state of Texas.
My gun literally was just given to me by somebody. I didn't have to do a title transfer or nothing. Like, guns are so easy to get in Texas. It's actually really scary.
Yeah.
If it's a private sale, you can basically do whatever you want.
Yeah, it is hard not to wind up owning a gun in the state of Texas.
Yeah. Easier than owning a place to stay.
Definitely, way easier.
Yeah. What a country, man.
To the house.
Okay, magnificent. Okay, well, not the case in other states, and I just wanted, I guess, to
no, and nothing that we've said here should be taken as legal advice, re how to protest or partake in armed activism, because that varies wildly based on your zip code, and everything we've talked about today is a massive series of felonies in a number of other parts of the United States. Like, you're not going to be providing sweep defense in New York City in this manner,
yeah. You do this where I live, and BORTAC will show up with a drone.
Yeah,
into consideration.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, that's a big part of what you're saying, though, is you have to take the situation on the ground. You have to take the situation with these people as individuals into, you can't just go in and impose, like, this is how we're going to do sweep defense. You have to go in there, like, being willing to learn and adapt, because this is not, your day-to-day life. And it is life for folks there, and you have to come in willing to learn and understand what they need rather than like what you think they need.
Yeah, we never know what the city's going to show up with each time. Like the Monday sweep before this past one, it was all marshals. It wasn't even act like regular DPD. It was all marshals. They were ready to arrest. They had bulldozers and cranes and all types of shit. And that was kind of off-putting because I was like, wow, y'all are being mad aggressive this time. I think we just pissed them off too much to the point where they were like, we have to be, meaner about it.
Yeah.
But we ain't been arrested yet, so.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I do want to mention one more thing. I know we've talked about how this kind of pertains to Dallas, and had the similar situations on increasing sweeps across the country in Portland. I think last month there was an episode on this show about a homeless encampment in Ohio, and in terms of like similar stuff that has happened to kind of demonstrate this is like this is a thing going on all across the country. There was a really interesting situation in Boise, Idaho earlier this year that we may want to cover more in depth in the future. But in January, when it was freezing outside, protesters and homeless people launched an encampment in front of the Boise State Capitol to kind of both provide, some type of shelter and community to help keep each other warm, but also in front of the Capitol as like a protest to demand access to shelter. While in the middle of like a pretty bad housing crisis and as it's freezing outside. People at the camp faced a lot of basically nonstop harassment from the state, whether that's police or like state police. They also faced a lot of problems from far right militia groups. The Idaho Liberty Dogs showed up to harass people. There was militia showing up with guns. So you can see like another instance where something that where armed community defense could be a part in trying to keep situations like that from not escalating if done properly. Obviously, if done improperly, that can escalate situations. So it's up to you have to make sure that you're with people who you trust and who are responsible. But it's another instance of stuff like this happening. Anti-fascists and other activists were able to were able to keep conflicts from these militia groups to be relatively low at the encampment. And after a few months, and like courts were trying to shut down the protest, that was unsuccessful because of certain laws around camping on Capitol grounds for protests. But after a few months, the protest was able to end, and the city is now been pushed by the protest to open up possibly hundreds of units of shelter in the near future. So you see other instances of these types of protests that rely on a lot of like radical mutual aid, a lot of resistance to the state violence, a lot of resistance to far right violence, actually being successful. So there's a lot of places to learn from in this type of thing around homeless encampments and countering state violence. Would recommend It's Going Down has a lot of good coverage of the Boise, Idaho thing. So yeah, that's just like a whole other angle to this sort of trend that we've been seeing the past year.
I would like to say that you are not Fidel Castro. You are not the revolutionary leader. You are not the one, and you need to keep that in mind when you're moving in these spaces and doing this type of work. Is if your goal is to try and be like the guy, that does way more harm than good. And that's really important to keep in mind. And dismantling your savior complex is part of that. Of course, in that case, the houseless people, residents were, consenting to it and things like that. But please do take into account the amount of danger that you are putting the most vulnerable populations into. It is not necessarily a good idea or a morally okay idea to make houseless people into your people's army.
Right.
That is not, and I want to make sure that everybody, listening is also well aware, like, that is the wrong way to go about this. The People's Army should be people like us, not the most vulnerable of us, because they are already fighting very hard. So that means it's the same thing, like saying white people should be at the front lines protecting Black and brown people during protests. It's the same exact concept. You protect the most vulnerable of the group. You do not make them, your army and try to convert them into something and be the leader of that either. That is not the way to go about that.
Yeah, if you're entering into this relationship with the plan that like this is a way for us to build power for whatever end, as opposed to we're here to like help these people, then you're putting them second to whatever your political goals are, which is bad, broadly speaking.
I mean, and I know at least in the case of the Ohio encampment that we talked about earlier this month, and the Idaho one as well, a large number of people who were like leading up that project and in prominent organizational roles were houseless people who were living at those camps. Like, it is very important to have people who are like, you don't want to go in as someone with stable housing and be like, okay, I'm in charge of this thing now. No, it's like the people who are actually experiencing it need to be the a critical role in actually how it functions.
Yeah, and we've had, not we, but like there was somebody who tried to do that, and it definitely did more harm than good. Putting your political goals over just the people is always going to fail every single time.
Yeah.
Listen to the people. If they're not leading it, don't do it. Like at that point, your only priority should be getting them what they need and defending them if necessary. Trying to lead stuff and, have them, putting them into more vulnerable situations than they're already at without like fully being transparent with people or being transparent with all the risks involved, like that's real grimy, real not okay behavior. So that's just something I also want to caution people against. And all of that definitely roots back to dismantling your savior complex. And there's a lot of good resources out there for starting with that process if you have not already. Some of them are on the Play With Your Chest Instagram. Y'all should check it out and follow us or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you want to? I'm out of questions personally. Do we want to end with kind of how folks can follow you and stay in touch with what y'all are doing or potentially even support you?
Yeah, we are at Say It With Your Chest DTX on Instagram. I also organize with the Dallas Liberation Movement, which is a bigger org that mobilizes across the 9,000 square miles of DFW. I run that with 3 of my good friends and organizers. And so you can follow us at Dallas Liberation MVMT on Instagram. If you're willing, able, and financially stable, throw us some cash, please. And listen to Black women. Listen to Black and Indigenous women. That's all I got.
All right. Bubble, did you have anything to add?
I think it's important to have a diverse collection of groups. Danny's a hero. She's out there almost every day. For Elm Fork, we do a lot of trainings. We do a lot of classes that take up our resources, but we have these longstanding relationships so that we can support each other when need be. Take care of your spaces, take care of your communities, like Danny said. Focus on the people in those spaces, whether that be unhoused people or your own organizers and activists. You got to keep things safe. It's hot out here. There's been a lot of stress and conflicts, and you always have to practice restorative justice and accountability. Just keep fighting, keep loving each other.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for everybody here at It Could Happen here today. yeah, go do something good. Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can find sources for It Could Happen Here updated monthly at coolzonemedia.com/sources. Thanks for listening.
Then she says, have you seen a photo of my son? And I'm like, who is this person?
Welcome to the Boys and Girls Podcast. Arranged marriage is basically a reality show, and you're auditioning for your soulmate. And who's judging? Only your entire family. I sacrificed myself to this ancient tradition, hoping to find love the right way. And instead, I found chaos, comedy, and a lot of cringe. Listen to Boys and Girls on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, it's Emily Simpson and Shane Simpson from the Legally Brunette podcast.
Each week, we're bringing you true crime through a legal lens.
Whether you want all the facts on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, or you still need to wrap your head around the Diddy verdict, we're breaking it all down step by step.
And we're not just lawyers, we're also husband and wife. It makes for some pretty entertaining episodes.
Listen to Legally Brunette on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Roald Dahl. He fought up Willy Wonka in the BFG. But did you know he was a spy? In the new podcast, The Secret World of Roald Dahl, I'll tell you that story and much, much more.
What?
You probably won't believe it either.
Was this before he wrote his stories? It must have been. Okay, I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you, the guy was a spy.
Listen to The Secret World of Roald Dahl on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I actually drop better when I'm high. It heightens my senses, calms me down. If anything, I'm more careful. Honestly, it just helps me focus.
That's probably what the driver who killed a 4-year-old told himself. And now he's in prison. You see, no matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.